Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, it is a comparison. I mean, what are the similarities? You can see the comparison table, no?
Okay, sir.
Okay. It is ISO 13485 and ISO 9001.
Okay,
And what is the similarities and differences?
okay.
Okay, the primary focus, as we discussed, no, is on the ISO 13485 is on the quality management systems of medical devices,
Yes, sir.
and it also involves regulatory compliances. Like I said, regulations, we need to comply with regulations also, apart from QMS, ISO 13485, and with regulations.
Okay.
Okay, regulations means we have IMDR 2017,
Yes.
CDSCO or Indian regulations, EUMDR or USFDA. We
Okay.
need to follow regulations with QMS.
Okay.
Okay. But ISO 9001 is quality management system for any organization.
Okay.
We discussed like any organization can have it,
Yes.
but they don't have regulations. Here
Okay.
we have regulatory compliance.
Okay.
Okay, what I kept in yellow.
Okay.
But here it's for any organization. So the focus, primary focus is basically different. ISO
Okay.
1348 is mandatory for specific. It's medical for devices.
Okay.
Okay, 13485 for medical devices. ISO 9000 is very generic. Any company can have 9001.
It's mandatory. Any manufacturing company.
Any manufacturing company have 9001.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you look at the objective, ensures consistent design, development, production, installation, delivery of medical devices meeting regulatory and customer requirements. Okay. The primary
Yes.
objective is we should produce consistent quality products, whether it's design development or production or installation or delivery of medical devices meeting regulatory and customer requirements. Okay.
Okay.
Here it
Yes,
is
sir.
aims for customer satisfaction. Okay. Here customer satisfaction is important in 9001.
Okay, sir.
But for here customer requirements are important. Regulatory and
Yes.
customer requirements. Okay.
Yes.
And regulatory emphasis, we have high regulatory driven because we have regulations in every country. As I said, apart from QMS, apart from following ISO 13485, we need to follow the regulations also.
Yes.
Okay, like I said, IMDR or EUMD. In India, we follow IMDR, Indian Medical Device Regulations. Europe, we follow EUMDR, USFDA regulations. Okay, in Australia, we have TGA, Therapeutic Goods Administration. Okay, if you go
Yes.
to Canada, you have Health Canada. So every country, if you go to Gulf, no, South, the SFDA, Saudi Food
Okay.
and Drug Administration in Saudi Arabia, UAE, they have MHOPA regulations. So we are having high regulatory, aligned with high regulatory driven, like food FDA, UMDR, MDSAP, all this. But
Yes.
in 9001, you don't have any regulations.
Okay.
It is not regulatory driven, it is more business and customer satisfaction.
Yes.
There won't be any regulations here, but we are highly regulatory driven. I mean, 13485 is highly regulatory driven.
Okay.
Okay, that's the third thing. And in industrial application, it is specially for medical devices and related services, that is ISO 13485.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is applicable to all industries and organizations. 9001.
Okay.
Okay, this is specifically for medical devices.
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you look at risk management is very high. I mean, in 13485. Okay, explicitly requires risk management, risk-based decision making throughout product life cycle. We discussed starting only. Throughout product life cycle, we need to have risk management, starting from your purchasing, your production, design and development, even in your delivery, even in your PMS, you have risk management. And we take all decisions based on the risk throughout product life cycle. Okay.
Okay.
Uh, in that, the standard for risk management is ISO 13485.
Okay.
Sorry, ISO 14971. This is the standard for risk management. So in 13485, we follow risk management very strictly, and all decisions are based on risk throughout the life cycle of the device. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Here they don't take risk management seriously in 9001. They introduce risk-based thinking. Thinking will be risk-based, okay, but not formalized as product risk management. They don't involve too much risk management in 9001. But here in 13485, everything is based on risk management throughout product life cycle. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So here, if you see similar concept, but different depth of application. Okay. The concept is similar,
Okay.
but the depth of application is very high.
Okay.
And here we look at continual improvement. Eh, I said there should be a continual improvement in the
Yes.
QMS. This year, next year, when you see in QMS, there should be continual improvement. Focus on maintaining effectiveness of QMS, okay, rather than continual improvement due to regulatory stability. Okay, we try to maintain effectiveness of the QMS.
Okay.
Okay, here they emphasize more on continual improvement. We focus here on effectiveness more than continual improvement.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in design and development, we have detailed mandatory design controls inputs. This I'm going to discuss today on design and development. We have detailed structure on design and development, but here
Okay.
they don't have much. Okay. In ISO 13485, design and development is very strict. Okay, you need to have design control, design planning, inputs, outputs, verification, validation, design transfers. Okay, but here in 13 ISO 9001, you don't find much on design development. Okay, that's why similar clause exists, but ISO 13485 is much stricter. Okay, documentation requirements. We have very strict documentation requirements. In clause 4, we have seen QMS planning, okay, QMS requirements, and then control of documentation, control of records. Okay, and we mean to maintain device master files, batch manufacturing records, all that. For us, documentation is very important. For
Yes.
them, documentation is more flexible. I mean, they don't need more documentation in 9001.
Okay.
Okay, in product realization, again, which we are going to discuss, product realization is basically on focuses more on specific medical devices. Okay, includes cleanliness, contamination control, sterile barrier systems. This we discussed in infrastructure.
Okay.
Okay, where work environment, infrastructure, human resources, all this is important. Okay, human resources, skilled manpower, training, infrastructure has to be very well defined, uh, and you need different equipment for that. Here it is very general product realization without any specific requirements in 9001.
Okay.
Okay, if you look at customer focus is more towards the patient safety. Okay, we look at more patient safety here.
Yes.
But here for them, there won't be any patient. Okay, 9001, it is more customer satisfaction. Player controls, we have similar, but it is more strict in this also we'll discuss today. What are the purchasing controls and supplier controls? Here we have very strict controls uh, on evaluation, how you purchase the material, how you evaluate all that. But here it is less stringent.
Yes.
Okay, management responsibility. Management has to ensure there is regulatory compliance, quality objectives, which we discussed in 13485.
Yes.
Here, management looks at only customer satisfaction and improvement. See, basically, if you look at overall, ISO 9001 focuses more on customer satisfaction. Okay. 13485 focuses more on customer requirement and patient safety. Okay. And we have lot of regulations where we need to follow. Okay. But 9001 don't have any regulations. Okay.
Yes.
This also I am going to discuss measurement analysis. This is the last class for us. Analysis in improvement focuses on process effectiveness. We'll have CAPA regulatory reporting. If there is any complaint, we need to report to the regulatory bodies.
Okay.
Okay. For them again, focuses more on customer satisfaction. See, you see a lot of time you'll get customer satisfaction in 9001.
Yes.
But for us, it is more on product conformity, CAPA, if there are any complaints. And we have a regulatory body. If there are any complaints, we need to report to them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And here we require in feedback, complaints, and handling. We have a customer feedback system, complaint handling, reporting of adverse events. Okay. But here customer feedback and no reporting because in 9001 they don't have any regulatory system. There is no CDSCO like us. There is no USFDA or there is no UMDR. So there is no regulatory system. If there are any complaints, the management will take care, but it won't go to the regulatory system like in CDSCO or USFDA. It is very simple for them.
Here crossmark mentions are like ISO stringent 13485 more stringent for complaint handling. Cross.
Yeah, it is more important for complaint handling.
Okay.
So these are all differences, but the main differences, as I mentioned, okay, these are the key differences. We have regulatory, the key differences summary I mentioned. We
Okay.
have regulatory requirement, okay. We have a lot of documentation. We have risk management throughout product life cycle. We look at improvement, patient safety. We have traceability. They don't have 9001 don't have traceability. We have validations, everything. Uh, Everything has to be validated. Okay, that are the key differences. Key similarities are both are QMS, but one is linked to medical devices, one is very generic. Both emphasize on management responsibilities. Okay,
Yes.
so I'll share this document to you. You can go through that. And
Okay. Okay.
but understand the first very important key differences. Okay, the first five or six are mainly important.
Okay.
Mainly on what is the primary focus, what is the objective, regulatory emphasis, risk management. Risk management is very important for medical devices. Okay, and continual improvement, design and documentation controls. All these are very very important. So this I'll share with you. You can go this.
Okay, sir. Is it good, sir? Like if in case I move in this field, yesterday as per based on interview feedback I given, how is schedule? Uh,
Now you attend the interview. Later you can check out like what is the package they are providing, what are the work profile they are providing to you.
okay, sir. Which clients? Which okay.
So first, I mean, whatever interviews you get, you should attend so that you
Uh,
will learn more through interviews.
yes, sir. Sure, sure.
Then later, based on the first is on what work profile they are doing. I mean, mainly the job description they are providing to you.
Okay, sir. Okay,
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 look into what job activities they are giving.
okay, okay,
Second thing, very important is also your CTC.
okay, sir. Okay.
How much package? Because Pune, you have the cost of living will be bit higher.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Mm.
you need to look at all things and what basically you will be learning.
Okay, okay. I need to check future growth also if I
Yeah, you need to look at the growth of your personal thing, your
professional.
personal profile, how if you join, how it will grow. Okay. Suppose if you work for a year or 2 years, what the growth will be there in the company and what you will be learning,
Okay,
what will be your job description. Okay.
okay,
And as I said, the other important is money. I mean,
okay.
CTC.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's main.
Yeah, it is very important. So you need to look, I mean, you attend the interview and
Sure.
ask for, yeah, look at the package and you can
Hmm.
take a decision.
Okay, so because as of now, mine present company is very less, sir, as compared to as my year of experience, salary is less. So that I also need to check. And one more, sir, like one more intro I given like 1 month ago back.
Yeah.
First round selected, sir. It's good only. But the second round they mentioned like we'll schedule second round. But directly they shared kindly share UN card and service history. But I shared after interview happened 1 month. After that 15-20 days they took time for sending documents for mail. I shared
Mm.
that UN services record, service history
Mm.
and all, but till they are not responding, sir. Like what to do, how to. It's very like some of my friends asked what to do, what even though they are not responding, call and mail also. Is it checked? Is it positive sign only that Ali? But I am losing hope. like they are properly not responding.
See, what you do is whenever you are attending interviews, let me know.
Sir. Okay.
Okay, which company you are attending, what is their job requirement, so that I will train you on that before attending the interview and how much salary you should ask for. Okay.
Okay.
And I mean, before attending the interview, even for your second round, just WhatsApp me what is the company.
Okay.
Okay, if it is in Pune, what is the company? First, you need to know about the company
Yes, sir.
and what
Okay.
are the products of the company, what are the work activities of the company. Then you need to prepare for the interview.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, so since the second round is pending, you share me the details, at least the website of the company. I'll tell you what the company is about, okay, how much they can pay for you, and what are your work activities that could be.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, and secondly, I mean, in future, if you apply for any, if you get any interview calls,
Yes.
you let me know.
Okay.
Okay, you just tell me like what is the company name, okay, and what job it is. Then
Okay.
I'll tell you total details like how what the interview will be, what questions they will ask, okay, how much you can demand the package.
Okay.
Because after these sessions, I am going to restructure your CV.
Okay, sir. Okay. Sure.
Okay. And today evening you have, after our discussion, evening 7 o'clock we have again last Saturday we discussed on risk management.
Okay.
Today evening also we will be continue discussing on risk management.
Okay.
I shared that link in the group.
Okay, sir. I will check.
Okay, so you keep attending on this. So I will restructure your CV on
Okay.
Sunday,
Okay,
and
sir.
you keep sharing that new CV, restructured CV,
Okay.
not
Once
your
this
old
for
CV.
completion of this one,
Yeah,
like I'll again rebuild, like re-edit it.
yeah, I will do it for you.
Sure. Sure, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and second thing is once you get any interview calls, let me know
Okay.
what company it is, what is the job description they are asking. I can tell you what you need to learn or how
Okay.
to answer, how the interview will be.
Okay.
Okay, I can easily tell like whether it's a good company or an MNC, what how your growth will be if you work for 2 years, whether you need to give agreement, any bond for, I mean, people, some companies ask for 2 3 years bond.
Oh, yes, sir. Some of people ask.
Yeah, whether to give bond, or if you give bond, I know like how to break that. Okay, I'll
Okay.
tell you how initially they'll ask for bond,
Yes.
but how to break it if you don't like the company, how to come after 1 year. Okay, like that.
Okay.
I'll explain you.
Yes.
Okay, don't worry much. I know like in next 1 month you'll get a good job. I'll restructure your CV, you'll also get a good package.
Okay. Thank
But
you.
you
Thank.
keep attending my sessions on Saturdays and
Yes.
also AML sessions.
Yes.
Okay, on Thursdays. Generally, it is on Thursdays.
Yes.
I already shared so that you will get some knowledge on application of AML in medical devices.
Okay.
Okay, that is going to be the future. Anybody who knows AML and that application in medical devices, they will have a better chance to get the jobs, and they will have better chance of having a good package.
Okay.
Okay. So today first let us complete the remaining clause. Clause 7, 8 I said are very, very important.
Okay.
Okay. And clause 7, I said it talks of production, Okay, design and development, it talks of purchasing.
Yes.
Okay, these three are very, very important. Okay, design and development, production, how to do production realization, or how to do production planning, and how you need to integrate that with risk management. Okay, and the purchasing. Purchasing is very, very uh, complicated. Like it's not like you go to some shop and purchase it. There is a different process of how you do the supplier controls and all that. Okay, we'll start with clause 7.
Yes.
So in clause 7, I divided into, there are five clause, I mean, five subclause in clause 7.
Okay.
Okay, clause 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5.
Yes.
Okay, this is clause 7.1.
Okay.
Okay, 7.1, as I said, every clause, okay, this is clause 7.2,
Yes.
customer related process. Clause 1, 7.1 is very general. See, any clause, okay, any subclause in clause will be very general. Like say, clause 7, you have 7.51, which
Yes.
means planning. It talks about how you do the planning. Suppose if you look at 4.1 also, clause 4, 4.1, it also tells about planning of QMS, okay, QMS requirements and documentation. So it will be very general. Even 5.1 or 6.1 will be very general. So here in clause 7 point tells how you need to plan your product realization. And importantly, Venkatesh, in
Yes.
product realization, whether it is, say, when I say product realization, it includes design and development, it includes production, it includes purchasing. Okay. Of course, there will be customer related process also, but that is very little important. But you need to remember these three. Product realization includes design and development. Okay, the second thing is production and planning, or production and service control. Okay, the third is purchasing. Of course, you also have in 7.2 customer related processes. So in all of this, how you plan it? What is the plan you have in product realization? How you are planning design and development? How you will plan it? Production and realization? How you will plan it? Purchasing? How you will plan it? Okay, it's not like without. That's why I said without planning in QMS, you should not do any work. First, you need to have a planning, and that plan has to be documented. It's not that you remember in your brain, okay, I'm doing this, I'll do this, I'll do this. Not in your brain. That's why clause 4 says that everything has to be documented. So your planning has to be documented. Whatever activity you do, whether it's design and development, or you're doing purchasing, or you're doing production, it has to be documented. So your planning has to be documented. Okay. And the second thing in clause 7 is all of this, what I have said, design and development, production and provision control, or production related activities, or purchasing, are totally linked with risk management. You need to integrate risk. Of course, not only in this, in all the clause, you need to integrate risk management. As I said, risk management is one of the important pillar of 13485. Okay, without risk management, you can't really do any work in 13485. You need to integrate risk management, whether it's management responsibilities or it's resource clause 5 or clause 6 on resource management. Okay, whether it's infrastructure, training manpower or machinery, you need to apply risk management. Okay. And in class 7 also, because I said class 7 is like the heart of ISO 13485. Because in class 7, all the activities, real activities will be happening in the manufacturing unit. Of course, you have seen class 4 is just, it talks more on documentation, how to control documentation and all that. It is important. Clause 5 talks about risk management responsibilities, quality objectives, okay, quality scope and all that. Okay, and management reviews, how they have to be conducted and all that. And clause 6 talks about resource management like your infrastructure, human resources, machinery, equipment, all that. In that also you need to apply risk management. But as I said, clause 7 is such an important thing. Okay, clause 4 documentation so and so, clause 5 management so and so, clause 6 resource management so and so. Of course, clause 6 is also important because it talks about infrastructure, human resources, equipment, okay, machinery equipment, maintenance of all that. But class 7 is, of course, you studied 4, 5, 6. It is talking more, okay, 4, 5, 6, as I said the other day, may not have direct impact on the product safety. Okay, see, documentation, management responsibilities, of course, some infrastructure will have some effect on product safety or patient safety or product safety. But clause 7 is such an important thing where it has a direct impact. Anything that goes wrong in clause 7 will have direct impact on the product safety and it will affect the patient. That's why clause 7 is important and clause 8 is also important. Okay, because clause 8 tells you how your QMS is working. Any problem with your QMS, the health of your QMS, all that will be there in clause 8. Clause 7 is something, a real activity. Okay, without manufacturing, there is no use of QMS. Some manufacturing activity should happen and some design and development should happen. Some purchasing should happen. So in all of this, you need to integrate risk management. Okay, why you need to include risk management is, as I said, all these activities have direct impact on the product, which have direct impact on the patient. So you need to include risk management in, of course, in all the clause, but more importantly in clause 7. That's why here you see clause 7 point is planning of product realization and risk management. Okay, have you understood?
Yes, sir.
So you need to integrate risk management here. So planning of production, I said this is very general, which talks about planning of production realization. So what we'll do in planning? What we do in planning? Suppose I am doing production planning or I am doing design and development planning. First, what should I do? Okay, I should write a plan. Okay,
Yes, sir.
think like I am doing production planning.
Okay.
Okay, then I should have a production plan like
Like manpower.
production. Yeah, what is first you need to see whether I am having raw material.
Yes. Okay.
Okay,
Machine resources.
machinery, human resources, what is the time, how many devices I need to produce per day, do I have the manpower for production, is the machinery functioning right? Okay, you may have machinery,
Yes.
but is the machinery functioning? Is there any preventive maintenance if it breaks down? Okay,
Quality.
manpower, material, whether you have the QC to check it. Okay, all these resources, what is required? Whether I have the infrastructure, equipment, manpower, material, okay, enough manpower, and how many shifts should I run? What is the time required for producing these components or these devices? With quality control checks, how many I can do? So this will be done by the production manager. Like once you get the order from a customer, okay, he says that I want 10,000 devices in a week's time. So how you are going to do the production planning? For 10,000 devices, do you have the raw material or other all materials? Do we have the manpower to do this? Is the machinery equipped or machinery ready to produce 10,000 pieces? If it breaks down, do you have the spare parts? Do you have preventive maintenance? Okay, are the machines validated? Okay, then you will go to the QC and other. You have a lot of equipment. Okay, QC equipment where you need to look at whether the equipment are calibrated and how many personnel are required for online QC, finish QC, and all that stuff. Is the technical parameter. Most importantly, is the documentation available? Okay, whether SOPs are available for everything. Okay, SOPs for production, SOPs for machine, um, uh, production of the machine in the machines, SOPs or STPs for testing in QC and QA. And not only the SOPs, whether you have STPs, whether you have the formats to fill the test reports, records in production or in purchase in your stores. So documentation first is important is you need to look at whether the documents are available to start the production. Then you look at the raw material, then you look at the human resources, then you look at the infrastructure including your machinery and all that. Okay, then you need to go deep and see whether all my infrastructure machine is ready, is that all validated or equipment are calibrated, measuring or testing equipment are calibrated. So you need to look at from your documentation everything, then only you will say whether I can do this production of 10,000 pieces. Okay, suppose in a week time you need to do, can you do it in a week's time or it may take 2 weeks? Because in production you need to also look into your general rejection rates. Suppose he asks 10,000 pieces, your rejection rate is 10%. Okay, if you produce a batch, you will get 9,000 pieces only because 10% are rejected. So what you have to do in production planning, instead of 10,000 pieces, you need to produce, how many? If 10% is the rejection, you need to produce 10,000 pieces. 10% is 10,000 pieces. 10,000 pieces is 10%. 10% is 10,000 pieces. 10,000 pieces 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 is 10,000 pieces. 10,000 p Venkatesh, how many? Suppose they say that we are producing. I'll make it simple.
9,000.
Yeah,
9,000.
10% is the rejection. How many? The order is for 10,000,
Yes, sir.
and the rejection rate is 10%.
Okay. So 9,000 products we need to produce. Yes.
No, how many? His order is 10,000.
Okay, sir.
How many we need to produce if the rejection rate is 10%?
That's why, sir. Like 10% rejection is going with 1,000 parts will reject out of
Yeah,
10,000.
if 1,000 are rejected
Huh.
and the order customer needs is 10,000, but
Okay. Okay.
10% rejections are there, so you will
Yes.
have only
Reduce.
9,000.
We need to reduce reduction percent as 5% or
No, you don't reduce because the rejection generally happens is 10%. So what you need to do is you
11,000
have to produce
more.
11,000.
Okay. Okay. More. Okay.
More you need to produce. So once you produce 11,000, if 10% are rejected, you will have 10,000
Yes, sir. Okay.
because the customer order is 10,000.
Yes, sir.
You can't produce 10,000 with 10% rejection because your final products will be 9,000 only.
Yes, sir. Right.
So you need to produce more, 10% more. Okay, that is 11,000. So that if 10% are rejected, still you will have 10,000. The customer order you can deliver or the customer will be satisfied. Okay, 10,000 is delivered. So in production planning, you need to look at all this. What is my rejection rate and how many should I produce? Okay. I said from documentation to your manpower, equipment, rejection rates, raw material, all the validations that happened in your machines, calibrations have happened. The production department has to look into all this,
Yes, sir.
okay, including the breakdown of the machines. If there is a breakdown, of course, what you planned for 1 week may extend to 2 weeks. That is very bad. Okay. So you should have immediate preventive maintenance spares to repair them. Okay. Because here, see, the customer requirement we need to deliver on time. Then only you will have that customer coming again. If you say I will deliver after 1 month or after 1 year because I have so many problems, the customers won't come. So you should have a proper production planning. I don't know in your company whether this will happen, but for any order, okay, you will have a production planning. So this is talks about planning of production realization. I told about production planning. Okay, documentation plan. I said first you need to do the documentation. Okay, planning must be documented. What is the quality plan? What is the project plan, design plan, development plan? This is about R&D. Okay. In
Yes.
R&D, that is in clause 7.3, because I said 7.1 is very general. It talks about planning in production. It talks about planning in R&D. In R&D also, you don't start anything without planning. You should know like what devices you are planning. Do you have inputs? Do you have material? Do you have machines? Do you have technology? Okay, to do that, do you have the skilled manpower to do the R&D or the design and development? What are my inputs? Okay, and what are my final outputs, design outputs? How many experiments I need to carry? How many prototypes I need to design? How my testing has to be done? All that has to be planned. It's not that without planning you start your design and development, okay, without any inputs or without any material. So this is called design and development plan, okay. Then you will also have a quality plan. Product specific quality plan is what is the quality of your devices. It's not like you should not always look at the quantity of what you are produced. Okay, I'm happy I produced 10,000 pieces. But what is the quality of that? Quality of your products. Okay, are they meeting their technical requirements or they are within the technical parameters? Okay, you have uh, technical specifications for any device. Okay, you'll have a big sheet like these are the technical specification. Or all the devices 10,000 you meeting technical specifications. If they are not meeting, what are the rejections and why the rejections came? Okay, that is what we call quality plan. A documented listing of all specific procedures, forms, records, training, okay, needed for single devices. You also sometimes you may need to provide training to the employees before they take up the work. So you should have design and development planning, quality plan, okay, and verification and validations. Most important is like you need to whether your equipment is validated and verified. Without validation, you don't do any production. Okay, your equipment has to be validated, whether it is consistently producing quality product. Okay, if there are any problems with validation, you need to correct it. Suppose I am using a raw material and it should consistently produce the same quality product whenever I do. I may do today, I may do tomorrow, I may do after 6 months. Okay, is that consistent product producing? See, verification is like whether the product what you have produced is meeting the specified requirements. Okay, specified requirements is for a particular intended use, for a particular use you are producing the devices. So you need to verify whether my design inputs, what I have expected, or the inputs, design inputs are matching with my outputs, those which I have produced. Okay, the specifications of the outputs and the specifications of inputs which you have written before you manufactured are meeting the outputs, okay, after manufacturing. If they are not matching, inputs and outputs are not matching, then there is something wrong. You need to redo experiments lot of times till your inputs and outputs are similar. See, design inputs are like before doing, you'll write these are the specifications which I require to produce the device that will effectively work in a particular intended use or in a particular disease or in a particular case scenario. Okay, you write all the technical specifications of the device. Then you
Yes.
start your production. Then you will get your products. Okay, then you will measure all the technical parameters that are called design outputs. Okay, it is very important. You need to compare what is what is that you expected as inputs and what you got as output. If if there is if the when you compare it, if there is lot of difference between in your inputs and outputs, then your okay validation or your machines are not working well, then you need to redo lot of things till your inputs meet your outputs. Then only the devices will qualify for that particular intended use.
Yes.
Okay, so verification is like whether your devices has met the specified requirements. Okay, and simply we call it as whether the design inputs are matching the outputs. Are the inputs similar to that of the outputs? That is verification. Validation is something like where you need to consistently produce, okay, a specified quality devices consistently, okay, as per the requirements. It has to be consistently produced, not one time or two times. Consistently, if you want 10,000 product, it should consistently produce the same product of quality 10,000 times. Of course, there will be some rejections that could happen, but still
Yes.
you need to validate it that at any point of time it should produce. So you should look at verification validation, and I said, what is the acceptance criteria? What are the specifications of it? Okay, you'll have a technical specifications sheet for the acceptance or rejections, like what is the size of it or lumen size, diameter, what is the strength, radial strength, lot of things will be there. So that is acceptance criteria. You should have whether it could be design drawings or it could be technical specifications. Okay, you should have before you while planning you should have this whether I have the acceptance criteria and record provisions. Record provisions, as I said, whatever you have produced, starting from your raw material production and quality control, all this has to be recorded. Okay, how many I have, what is the raw material, how much raw material I have taken, what is the mix I have done for my formulation, I have mixed two, three polymers, what is the composition of the polymer, okay, how many I started production at what time.
Yes.
All this has to be recorded. How many I have produced? What are the rejections? You need to have QC reports, QC records, online QC, finished QC. All this has to be recorded. Okay, for every product that you have produced, you should have technical specifications. After the acceptance criteria, you know what is the acceptance criteria. And based on that, whatever you have produced, you need to record it. So mainly in the production planning, what we are discussing is that you should have a documented plan. Okay, you should have required records. You should do verification and validation. Okay, you should have the acceptance criteria, whether it's technical specifications, designs and drawings, and you should record it. Okay, without records, there is, absolutely nothing. What you'll show to the auditor without your records? See, I have produced so many, I have produced with this material, I have chosen this raw material. We basically, in India, we call them as not device master records. In India, we call them as batch manufacturing records. Okay,
Sir,
device
some of
master record.
sir,
Call it
some
as
of openings are there, sir. Like it will come calls from Naukri. Is it particularly like DMR, DMF, particular job role it will come, sir? Like only
yeah,
work
DMF.
of-
DMF is design master file.
Okay, okay.
Okay, even
DHF.
DHF is design history file.
Okay, okay.
Okay, both are same. See here, device master record, and in India we call it as batch
DMR.
manufacturing record.
Yes, sir.
In US they call it as device master record.
Yes, sir.
So your batch manufacturing record will show everything from your raw material. You'll have a lot of traceability in your batch manufacturing records. Like what raw material you have picked from purchasing, how much material you have picked, mainly which batch of the raw material you have picked. See, that is traceability or identification. Then with that, how many you have produced, okay, that will be recorded in the BMR. Then how many have been tested? What is the technical specifications? What are the accepted, rejected products? Everything will be recorded in BMR. So
Yes.
BMR is very critical for traceability. Okay, you will know from which raw material, which batch of raw material it came, which batch it has been production has taken place, what date it has taken place, what are the QC reports of that, what are the QA reports of that, sterilization reports of it. Okay, all that will be there in BMR. So BMR, batch manufacturing record, is a very important thing for traceability. Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir. Like interlink with from raw material individual
Yeah,
components. Yes,
everything. You need to interlink with raw material till the delivery,
finished product. Yes, sir. Final.
finished product. So this is a record provision. We call it as BMR. Okay. Criteria, acceptance criteria, we have technical specifications, or for some we have drawings. Okay. And verification, all that you have test reports or test protocols, whether verification and validation is done.
Yes, sir.
And require records, mainly you should have a quality plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you will have either design and development plan if you are doing design and development, or you should have a production plan, which I'll discuss. It is not there here, but in clause 7.4 you'll have it.
Yes.
Either you call this or you can have. This is all about planning in 7.1. How you plan your design and
Yes.
development, how you plan your production, what are these documents, how you start. First, you should have a documented plan. You should have the required records. Okay, your equipment should be verified and validated, and you should have the acceptance criteria for your products. Okay, then you should have the record provisions, like I said, ban. You should record everything in BMR or device master records, because that is very important. So you, before you start any activity in clause 7, whether it design development or production, okay, you should have planning, like, okay, I have the raw material, I have the manpower, I have the infrastructure, I have the machines. Machines are verified and validated. Measuring, I mean, QC equipments are calibrated and they are ready working. Okay, and you need to plan what is my rejections. Based on the rejections, you need to do the production. Okay, and in how many shifts should I do? So you should give timelines, like whether I can do it in a week, should I run in 3 shifts or 2 shifts or 1 shift? That is very, very important for the employees also. Okay. Like they will actually know, okay, this is the SOP I need to follow, STP I need to follow. Today I have to produce so many pieces, or I have to do QC test for so many pieces. Okay, it's not like 10,000 you need to do overnight. You will plan it periodically for a week. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And the other important, I said, mandatory is in your production planning, you need to link the risk management. Okay, without risk management, you can't do production planning.
Yes, sir.
See, risk management, as I said, as I discussed in last Saturday session in Salvation, risk management means suppose I am doing production. Actually, risk management starts with design and development. Okay, during design only you should see what are the risks of the devices. Okay, if I do the devices like this, what will be the risk? What will be, do I have risk controls? What are the residual risks? If there are risks, what will be the impact on the patient? Okay, in design and development only, the risk should start. The risk management should. Then the risk management then also applies to the production. Okay, in production, if my machines are not validated and if my machines are not verified, what is the risk of getting, okay, rejected products? So the important thing what I am making you to understand is risk management. Okay, the organization must establish risk management at all stages of product realization. Okay, all stages of product realization from design, manufacturing, post market. So what this design management process talks, first you need to assess what are the risks. Okay, if I am using certain raw material, whether the raw material is of good quality, whether the supplier gave raw material, have I tested that raw material that suits my device? Okay, if the raw material is not suitable, you need to reject it. If you are not testing and doing it, there is a risk. Okay, if you don't know that the raw material, you are not testing the raw material. And you know that the raw material is not of suitable quality, still you do production. Just by looking at the COA or COC of the supplier, you think that okay, this raw material is good, but you haven't tested in your organization. Your company has to test it. Whether it is good or not, it is meeting the required technical parameters. But if you are not able to access the risk and you blindly use that raw material and start producing, okay, it will give you all rejected products. If they are accepted also, they won't function in the clinical scenario. So you see, your risk starts from raw material itself. Okay, of course, it percolates to production. It percolates to, suppose if you don't have the after you have a new SOP that you have made, new technical specifications that you have prepared, but that you have not circulated in the company. Okay, you are still using the absolute document SOP or absolute records. Then that is a risk. Like you should update the team that we have a new SOP, you have a new STP, you have a new technical specifications. Okay, then your production or QC, if they are using absolute documents, there is high risk. So you need to avoid all these risks that come in. And training of manpower. If the manpower is not trained properly, mainly in some skilled jobs or mainly in documentation work done by QA or QC, if they are not trained, that is highest risk that they may not enter the records properly. And if people working on the machinery, if they are not trained, okay, they may do a lot of mistakes and it will cause, okay, uh, breakdown in machinery or it will slow down the production. So you need to look at all the risks from the manpower. Okay, the risks that are there with the machines. Some machines may be very old. Okay, every machine, when you buy a machine, after 1 year, there will be 10% depreciation on the performance of the machine. Okay, after 10 years, the machine performance comes to zero. And you need to look at spare parts, whether you have ready-made spare parts to do them, or if you don't have, you need to procure in before. It's not like spare parts are available in all retail shops or on Amazon. You need to get from some place, so whether you have it ordered before, these are all risks. Okay, training of people, proper documentation is available, proper records are available, proper SOP is available, proper planning is done. Okay, you know about what is the validation and verification the machine had, calibration. If they are not calibrated, okay, that will give wrong results. If the measuring equipment or some equipment is not calibrated, even simple microscopes, if they are not calibrated, okay, simple measuring equipment, if they are not calibrated, your pH meters are not calibrated, they'll give you wrong results. And end of the day, you enter them in the reports which are wrong. So you're carrying a risk. So all this, you need to assess what are the risks. If there are risks, okay, do I have control on them? Am I able to control the risk? Suppose in suppliers, I said, you just blindly don't take whatever the supplier is giving you. You will test it. You will test it in your manufacturing unit and see that whether the supplier you given the material is good or not. If it is not as per your specification, you will reject it. Okay, that is a risk control. That test you are carrying is a risk control where you can reject or accept. If it is good, you will accept it. So you are controlling the risk so that you will get a good product, good raw material inside your production. Once you get the raw material, you have done validations. Okay, that is risk control. You have already done validation, you have done verification. It's a risk control. Okay, you have trained your manpower. That is a risk control. You have updated your documentation of what is present recently. You have discarded all the absolute documents. That is the risk control. Okay, you have trained your QA/QC people how to do the record and follow the SOPs. That is the risk control. So you have a lot of risk controls. So you need to adopt risk control so that this risk won't enter into your process. Okay, after that you review your risk controls, whether my risk controls are good or there are any controls which are weak. Still I get some rejected products here. So you look at all my risk controls. It's like a policeman. Okay, not Indian policeman. A very strict policeman, like in few countries. In India, you can escape the police. But risk controls are like a policeman who will see that there won't be any rejected products. You have controls, but still you need to review whether my controls are enough so that I won't get any non-conformity or non-conform products or rejected products. Okay, if you get any non-conform product, even after risk controls, then you still need to identify the risk. So we call them as residual risk. So it goes like the first you assess what are the risks, identify the risk, assess the risk, then impose some risk controls. Okay, risk controls are, like I said, your test reports, your verification validation reports, your training reports or records, your raw material test reports, okay, your production planning, how exactly you are doing, calibration reports, all these are risk control measures. Okay, when everything is perfect, you won't have any non-conformity product that will come in. But still you need to verify it. So this is how you have to imply risk control. Okay, important in product realization and also important in design and development. Okay, when I come to design and development, I'll tell you how to adopt risk controls at every stage, because design and development will have something like 5 6 stages. Each stage you need to apply risk control. So for that, you need to have a risk management file. Okay, so you need to plan risk management plan. What do you call it as risk management plan? You need to know. Okay, first plan it, like where the risk will be, identify the risk, assess the risk. Okay, that is planning of. After assessing the risk, what are the risk controls I'll have? Whether with the risk controls I am able to stop all the non-conformity products, or some non-conformity or rejected products still coming in, though I have used risk controls. Okay, after keeping the policeman also, there could be some who can find another way to cross it. Okay, if they are crossing, what should I do? Should I have a second layer of risk control or second layer of QC, or employ more persons in QC, or have more sample size in QC, so that the rejected products won't come? So you need to plan it. Okay, that is what we call linkage to planning, design and development planning in R&D. Risk to design, this is all designs, which I'll tell you. Risk in design input, okay, risk in verification, risk in production. Okay, you'll have you have work instructions here. If you have work instructions, then it is a risk control option. Work instructions are like, you will tell your employees in a documented form, these are the instructions which you need to do. Okay. So every step in production you should have. In supplier you should have a risk management plan. Production you should have risk management. QC you should have risk management. In R&D you will have risk management. Okay, and for each risk management you will have controls. First is the risk management plan. You should plan it. Okay, design input record, that is a risk control. Verification report, validation reports, work instructions should be given to the employees, and complaint and COPPA. If there are any risks, you should file a complaint. Okay, so this is how the production planning has to be integrated with risk management. This is key in clause 7.1. Okay, these
So
are
one
all,
doubt,
yeah.
sir, like it's related to raw material. I one concern like uh, we are receiving the raw materials like pen components from vendor.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, like BD, like Becton Dickinson, it is a US based company. It's highly
Okay.
precision. Uh, so my thought like we are receiving that parts anyway. They are checking full complete with their regular guidelines and like specification limited what we are designed based on they will manufacture, they will also test. Okay, they will supply to the for us to the assembly. So is it mandatory to again we need to test all those
Yes, yes.
things
It
like
is
as being one
mandatory.
manager also there is no need,
No, 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 no,
it
no.
reduce
No,
the
that is
testing
absolutely
time,
wrong.
review time.
No, you need to test in your facility, not all, at least few samples. Randomly, you need to pick up few samples. Okay.
Okay.
Uh, there should be a sampling plan as per
Sampling
AQI.
plan guidelines we are.
Yeah, AQI like zero rejection, where you should randomly pick up samples and test. This is mandatory. You can't blindly depend upon the vendor or supplier, whether it's US from Europe, whoever it could be.
Okay.
Of course, he will give you the COA or
Yes,
COC or
yes.
conformity reports.
Yes.
But still, you can't depend on them. You can't depend. That is what we call control, supplier
Yes.
control. Supplier control is not taking their documents and depending on them. Supplier control is like you need, first thing is you need to audit their company and see how they are doing, whether they have ISO 13485, what is the raw material they are using, what are the tests they are doing. Okay, when I come to purchasing, I'll discuss. That is supplier audit. Okay,
Yes.
because that supplier is giving you very high grade, high quality, high risk products. Okay, because in your devices, that part what is giving is high risk.
Yes.
When you are dealing with high risk vendor or supplier, you should first do the audit of their company, give the audit report of the company. Then the second thing is you need to pick up samples. Okay, first before you qualify the vendor, you need to pick up samples, do the audit, give the audit report, then pick up the samples and test them and see whether they are matching your requirements. Okay, then you will have a supplier agreement.
Yes.
Okay, you will agree, that fellow will agree that, okay, this is the quality of product, this is the specifications which you will producing, and per year how many will produce. If any changes that happens to the uh, device or product, they need to inform to the manufacturer. They can't make changes as they like. So in supplier agreement, there will be a lot of things. And the most important thing is once you get the batch, you need to test samples. Okay, random sampling has to be done to see whether those samples or the raw material what you are getting is conforming to the standards or the technical specifications, okay, of what the vendor has mentioned and your technical specification what you have in house. See, if you don't do in house testing, I'm telling you the auditor will give you non compliance. Tell to your purchase people, these are the things. First, you need to do the supplier audit and grade him, give the audit report. Okay. And secondly, before you purchase, you need to test their devices and approve that these are our, I mean, this is the devices what we require based on our technical specification. That is the second point. Then after you say everything is fine, you need to enter into a supplier agreement. Okay, that will be a very big agreement that he will be producing the quality products. Okay, and lot of things will be there, and he should be a one ISO 13485 certified company. Then the third thing is once you start getting the device products from this vendor or supplier, you should start testing those devices on a random sampling. And some samples you need to keep them as retained samples. Okay, at least 3 4 samples you keep them retained per batch, so
Yes.
that if something goes wrong, you have to test those samples, retain
Yes.
samples of that batch. So
Yes,
this is the protocol. You just can't, without testing, you can't just approve any batch. See, this is what the auditor looks at. If you are not testing and you blindly believe on their reports, I
Yes, sir.
think there will be a non-compliance in your company and you don't have supplier agreement. If you are not doing supplier audit has to be done yearly or every 6 months. Okay. And
Yes.
supplier agreements has to be followed. And before you do the supplier agreement, you need to test their products and see whether the products are as per your requirements. Okay, there will be lot of procedure and you need to apply risk to that. What is the risk if he is not producing quality devices? If he is not producing devices as per our technical requirements, what will be the risk to the patient? Okay, suppose tomorrow he stops and closes the company.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have plan B, that have you evaluated any second supplier, or you also will close the company? So you should have options of not just one supplier. You should audit 2, 3 suppliers. Okay, then give them the rating that he is good based on the quality and the cost. And what is the second supplier? So one supplier, if he closes or stops, and if he can't deliver products on time, but still your company has a lot of demand, production demand, and is not able to deliver, then you should look at options on clause, I mean, supplier 2 or plan B, whether he can produce, he can give you products, or supplier 3. So minimum you should audit, if it is not a monopoly. Okay, you should audit minimum 3 suppliers. Yeah, I'll tell
Yes.
you all that before I came to purchasing. Purchasing is there in 7.4, clause 7.4. I'll tell you all that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I said 7.1 is all about planning, product realization, planning, what you should do, and all that stuff. And clause 7.2 is customer related processes. Just 1 minute, give me a break. I will.
Yes, sir. Sure, sure.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Venkatesh, sorry, like today is weekend, no?
Okay, sir, no problem.
Actually,
Yes, sir.
yeah, everybody is on leave today in my office, even the housekeeping. So there is no
Yes,
water. I have to get outside and
yes.
bring some water bottle. Generally, we work only
Okay,
5 days a week.
okay, okay.
Saturday, everybody, nobody is there except me in the office. Even the housekeeping also left. So I
Oh,
went down
okay.
and got some water bottle. Okay, we'll continue.
Yes, sir.
We'll see that. Yeah.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, no, sir, no. Just continue.
Yeah, we'll see that by it's 11:30. No.
12, 12, 15, 17.
What is?
What, sir? 12, 17 now.
There's something wrong with my laptop. It's showing 11:30.
Okay, no, 12, 17 is time.
Okay, I'll adjust that later. But in my laptop, it's showing 11:30.
Okay, sir.
Okay, fine. Let's see. I mean, how much we can complete before lunch. Maybe I'm planning like
Okay, sir.
we should not rush. We'll discuss everything elaborately.
Okay, sir.
Oh God, right, got stuck. Oh. Okay. Clause 7.2 is customer related process.
Yes, sir.
See, this is basically for companies, structure,
Yes, sir.
okay, or OBL, OEM, like, okay, contract manufacturing for other companies. But generally, most of the companies manufacture for themselves, okay, and they do their own marketing and distribution. Okay, maybe your company also manufactures your own devices on your own brand and markets them. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But there will be some where in future or whether you are doing it now, your company may manufacture devices for others. Okay, on loan license or on contract manufacturing, okay, or on own brand licensing. You manufacture the product, but they will have their sticker or label on their brand and they can sell it. That is OBL, own
Yes,
brand
yes.
labeling, or contract manufacturing or OEM like. So during that time, we call them as customers. Okay, whoever we are supplying to them, we call them as customers. Are you getting my point?
Ah, yes, sir.
But if we are doing for our own manufacturing, for our company, won't call as customers. We are doing it is our own manufacturing facility. We are manufacturing for ourselves. We are branding on our company and we are selling them. But there will be cases, mainly you see this in uh, some SMEs or some companies who manufacture components, not whole devices. They manufacture basically some components. Okay. Or
Yes,
you
sir.
can manufacture some components like that. We call them as customers to whom we are manufacturing. Okay. So for them, what are the customer related process we need to adopt? Okay. So this clause mandates you have to determine, review, and communicate the product requirements. This is very important. First, you should know what are the requirements of the customer. How many you want, what uh, devices he want, or what components he want, what is the design of the components, whether you have the technology to manufacture his components or devices. Okay, sometimes we may have the technology, but we need to change some of the parameters of our technology, not regular to our products. Okay, sometimes we need to change the designs. Okay, all this has to be reviewed and checked, and we should see that our production, our regular production is not hampered or stopped. Okay, because we are doing for some other customer, we should take care of our production and our marketing because it's our business. Suppose
Yes,
if you have some spare time for the machine, spare time for the manpower, okay, even the companies where I worked, we used to do that. Many companies do that. They manufacture for other companies. Of course, the same product what we are manufacturing or what the company is manufacturing, or with few changes, they do the contract manufacturing because that gives them a lot of money. I mean, lot of business. OBL or contract manufacturing or OEM, we manufacture them. But you need to see whether you can meet their requirements, customer specifications, customer designs. Okay, whether the technology is available with you or they are giving the designs or you need to produce the designs, whether they'll give the raw material or you have to procure the raw material. All these things has to be discussed. Okay. And this is to ensure consistency to meet them. Suppose if you are doing for the customer also accept want consistent quality product. Okay. So we need to satisfy the customers as per the customer requirement. So clause 7.2 talks about customer related processes. Okay, as I said, all requirements related to product, including those specified by the customer. Okay, the requirements what the customer wants. Okay, including the regulatory requirements. Because we are a regulatory company. Okay, medical devices is always regulated. It's not like any other company like in 9001 you can do anything. You have regulations, you will have audits, you will have inspections. Okay, you will have non-compliances and you will be audited every year. You have whether you are following the regulations or not, whether it's ISO 13485 or you following the country regulations like CDSCO or IMDR. This all will be audited. So you even for the customer you need to see that are you following the regulatory body regulations?
yes,
Okay.
sir.
And what is the intended and unintended uses? Because I'll tell you on, I think I told you, there will be a lot of problem with, you know, what is off-label use? You know what is off-label use?
What's the auditable?
Off-label use.
No, sir, no.
Off-label use is, see, we give in IFU that this device has to be used for particular indications.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in IFU, if you read the IFU, you will have intended use, indications of use. For that particular intended use, or suppose you have diabetic pens that are used for injecting insulin, okay,
Yes, sir.
uh, subcutaneously, or I have not seen your product, but I will check it once. So
Yes,
that
sir.
is your indication of use, like you will give directions of use, like this is the way how you need to use it, and this is the intended use. Off-label use is apart. some people or some users use your devices other than what you specified for them. You specified it is for injecting insulin or for diabetes. Okay, maybe you'll have some more indications. But they
Yes.
use your product for other purposes other than what you have mentioned. Okay, that is called off-label use. Okay, they may use for different purpose, like they may use in veterinary, they may use in animals, or they may use for injecting drugs of misuse like cocaine or phenyl, some drugs of misuse, some drugs of which gives hallucinations, morphine, cocaine, fentanyl. These are drug users. They may use insulin. I know, like insulin syringes or insulin pens are mostly misused by these addicted drug users. Okay, because it's very easy to inject with insulin syringes or insulin pens, diabetic pens.
Yes.
So that is off-label use. You are not asking them to use for that, but they use it. That is off-label use. Okay, it is misuse. Okay, then you ask them to use it once because it is a sterile product. Okay, any sterile product has to be used only once. But what
Yes.
they do is they re-sterilize it and use it 3-4 times. Okay, that is repeated use. A sterile product has to be discarded once it is used, but they re-sterilize and use it. That is user error. Okay, or repeated use. And user error is something like he doesn't follow the directions of what you said. Suppose you say insulin pen, you need to hold it like a pen and administer the insulin subcutaneously. But he holds it very perpendicular, okay, at 90 degrees and injects it.
Yes, sir.
But instead of the subcutaneous, it goes inside the some muscle or some vein. It is misuse. I mean, user error. Why I am telling this is you need to know what are the indications of use, what are the misuses they may do, repeated uses, user errors. Why I'm saying this is any misuse, repeated use, user error, if there are any complaints, okay, who is responsible?
Yes, sir.
Who is responsible for this misuse, okay, repeated uses or user error? User error means
Patient, it's
doesn't use as per the directions.
yes, sir.
Who is the
Like they give
responsible?
an IFQ. Yes, sir.
Yeah, IFQ, if somebody doesn't follow
PN.
IFQ.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Whose mistake or who's responsible for that if there is a complaint?
Yes, sir.
Who is responsible?
User.
No, it's not the user. The regulations clearly say that the manufacturer is responsible for all this. You should
Okay.
know who is misusing your devices. You should know what is the user error or whether he is using repeatedly, though you say single use. So there are a lot
First.
of things the manufacturer has to. So you need to know what are the customer requirements, whether what is he using for. Okay, what is the intended use and unintended use of the device? And coming to the customer requirements, okay, these are customer related process. First thing is you should know what are the requirements of the customer. As I said, what are the specifications of the device? What is the design of the device? Okay, whether it has to be sterilized or unsterile. What is the intended use of it? Okay, whether he is doing some PMS or post delivery activities to give you feedback or you have to do it. Okay, all these are customer requirements. This come in sales or contract order. There will be an agreement between the customer and the manufacturer. Okay, on what are the requirements of him, how many devices has to be delivered per month or per year. Okay, what are the user needs? What are the specifications? Okay, all that are customer requirement. And there will be some unstated requirements which the customer may not tell. Okay, customer may not tell, or it doesn't come in this contract or the agreement, contract agreement. Okay, that includes the ergonomic study, like how the color of it should be. Okay, mainly the aesthetics, how the cartoon color of or design of the cartoon or design of the label should look like, or the design. These requirements he may not give to you, or he may give or he may not give. Okay, that is ergonomics, are basically a design that is important for the customer. Okay, suppose ergonomics means something that is adopted in the design which makes the patient use it conveniently, okay, without too much of risk. Okay, that is ergonomics, which is based on the structure of the device that helps the patient to use it or the end user to use it conveniently without too much risk. Okay, this he may not provide. These are unstated requirements. Requirements not stated by the customer but necessary for specified intended use. Example of handled device, how you handle handheld devices. Okay, how you hold the device, what shape it has to be. Okay, that are usability, ergonomic, like records regarding the implied or ease of use. That is what I am telling. Ease of use. Your device should be able to be, it should be able to use with ease. Okay, not so complicated that the user will feel like it is very difficult to handle the device. Okay, the ease of use should be there and the comfort of using that. These are all ergonomics which has to be unstated requirement, but still you need to fulfill. One is customer requirements which he gives to you. What is the technical specification, size, dimension, designs, all that. Some will be unstated requirement. The other will be regulatory and statutory standards. As I said, which country he wants to sell. I'm doing it for a customer. He wants to sell it in Europe, or he want to sell it in India. I want to sell it in US. So I should comply with the regulations of that particular country. Okay. So you need to prepare a checklist, like what are the requirements for the device. Okay, if I'm manufacturing in India, what are the requirements of the device to be marketed in US or in Europe? Do you need CE certification? Okay, do you need US FDA approvals? If in India you are selling it, do you need a loan license? Okay, or manufacturing? You need to follow the country specific regulations, IMDR or EUMDR. Okay, all applicable regulatory and statutory requirements must be identified, including 13485. Okay, that also includes how you are labeling. There is a standard for product labeling. Okay, packing and advertising. Advertising is mainly for the promotions. So all these are regulatory statutory requirements that you need to fulfill for the customer, not for you, for the customer. So you need to prepare regulatory requirements checklist. What is the checklist for regulatory requirements? Because I said different countries have different regulations. So you need to follow that regulations, prepare a checklist of it, a document listing all applicable standards. Okay, this is for IEC is for some of the electronic equipment. Okay, this is International Electric Commission for Electric Equipment Standard for electrical safety, regional labeling, and all this. There will be a lot of standards like should I follow ISO 14971, risk management, biocompatibility, usability engineering, okay, uh, the PMS or the standards for labeling, what are the standards for validation, okay. What are the basic standards I need to follow? You need to prepare checklists so that you are meeting the customer requirements in the form of regulatory and statutory. Okay, and the other fourth thing is the risk management. I said, since you already adopted in your manufacturing, in your QMS or in your product, the risk management, the same thing you need to apply for your customer products also. Okay, not just for your products, what you are manufacturing for your organization, for even customer related products, for their OEM or contract manufacturing or their OBL, you need to apply risk management. Okay, you need to write a risk management file. Okay, what are the risks, what are the hazards, what are the failure modes? Okay, and you should have traceability matrix. Okay, and you should have traceability matrix in the sense that are linked to risk. Suppose for the customer, you will also give your BMR batch manufacturing. See, I have manufactured this many. This is the BMR. You may give or you may not give, keep in your company, but it again depends upon the contract agreement. Whether you'll give your manufacturing records or just you give your COA or COC, certificate of analysis or certificate of compliance. Okay, or you'll give only the QC reports. It all depends upon the agreements. Or you'll also give the manufacturer records so that he'll have traceability. Why traceability is important from is if he is doing an PMS, post-marketing surveillance or customer feedback, or if he gets complaints. If the customer is only handling the complaints, you can share it. But many a times the customer won't handle complaints. Okay, he will come back to you if there are any complaints. He'll go to the manufacturer. He'll come to you that these are the complaints I have. Okay, what is the COPPA or what is the root cause analysis? And if the complaints keep growing, no, he may terminate your contract agreement. He says that I don't want to manufacture in your company. I'll go with other company because your products are not good. They are having a lot of complaints. So you need to give that BMR or QC reports for traceability, for complaint handling. Okay. If he is doing a PMS complaint handling, that is fine. If we are doing, there is no need of giving the some of the records. But the problem here is I have seen a lot of companies because when I was working, we have a lot of third-party companies, loan licenses we manufacture for other companies. They come with a lot of complaints saying that your product is like this, and we need to give a lot of explanation. Okay, we need to write the COPPA. We need to tell about what happened to this, whether it's a problem with the user. Okay, is it a problem with the end user or problem with the patient, or is it problem with the device? Okay, you need to look into the root cause, why this complaint has come in. So when you do the complaint handling procedure, root cause analysis, either there will be a problem with the end user, could be a doctor, physician, specialist in some field, he doesn't know how to use the device, or there will be problem with the patient. Some patients will have lot of risk factors, okay, compromised physiology, like mainly you see this in old patients, geriatric patients above 60 years, you'll see They have risk factors like diabetes, hypertension, varicose veins, that this. They have a very high risk compromise factor. In that situation, the device may not work. Okay, and the reason is generally we test our device in very young patients, controlled studies we do. Okay, we do in very selected patients when we do clinical trials or our PMS studies. Okay, like patients in the age group of 30 to 45 years who are healthy. Okay, healthy but with the diseases. Okay, that's why for medical devices we start with phase 2, not phase 1. Phase 1 clinical trials are done in drugs. They are done in healthy volunteers who don't have the disease. But we can't test our devices in people who don't have the disease. We need to do phase 2 in small group of patients who have the disease. But in that we do a controlled study. We call it as a controlled clinical trial where we do in small group of patients. Okay, and that too who are young adults. So when you do it in young adults, obviously the results what you get from the clinical study will be good or perhaps great. But when you use the device in the real world, that is why PMS is so important. Okay, when the device comes into the real world open for market, you will have different variety of population. You will have children, you'll have young adults, you have women, you have old people, pediatrics, and it has to function, it has to work in all kind of patients. Okay, not just in what you have done in your trials, like only in young patients. It has to work in geriatric patients, old people. It has to work in pediatric patients, children. It has to work in women. Okay, and if it is advised, like, see, in any population, you have three special categories of people or three categories of population. Okay, this will be useful for you anywhere for any device. Three categories. These are called special population. One is the pediatrics or children. You need to be very careful when you write that this can be used in children because you need to conduct some studies in children before you say that it can be used in children, because children physiology, their structure, their body functions will be very different compared to adults. Okay, and the second population is pregnant women. In pregnant women also the physiology will be different, where they have more hormone cycles because there is a fetus or placenta and all that. So the pregnant women come under specialized population, and you need to be very careful when you advise that this can be used in pregnant women. Okay, pregnant women physiology will be very different because of their hormone cycle, because of the gestation, whether they are in first trimester, second trimester, or third trimester, first 3 months, next 3 months, next 3 months. So you need to be very careful when you are advising. The third special population is the geriatrics. Geriatrics are old age people, above 60 years. In 60, after 60 years also, the physiology will be different. Okay, they have compromised physiology. They won't, physiology or the functioning of the body won't be same as the adults because they are aged. Okay, they have lot of compromised physiology, like their blood pressure varies, they may have diabetes or glucose levels varies, they will structure of their veins, they will have varicose veins. The body function comes down as people age. So in geriatric patients, you need to be very careful. They are called specialized population also. So in this three specialized population, mainly the children, pregnant women and old people, you need to be very careful when you advise your devices to be used. So before use, you need to conduct study in these people. Okay, if it is safe only, then you can advise to use. So what I'm trying to say is, when you do a control study in selected people, your results will be good, your performance of the device will be good. Okay, but once you keep the devices in the market, what we call post-marketing surveillance or post-production activities, there will be varied population. You will have children, you will have women, you will have young adults, you will have old people. Okay, then that is called real world studies. Real world studies will give you a lot of information of how your device is working. Okay, it won't be so successful like how you are done in control trials, because you have varied population with lot of complications, risk factors. Okay, if you used in old people, in young adults it may vary, in women it may vary. Okay, that's why PMS is such an important thing. We call it as real world studies or real world experience. When you keep the product, mainly the medical device in the market, okay, you will get lot of feedbacks, lot of complaints. And that is the reason PMS gives you a lot of information on how your product is performing in the real world. Real world means you have varied population, varied races. Okay, based on the races also it varies. Maybe not in India, but in countries, if you are exporting, say Germans or Europe, they are different races. You have in India only we have a lot of races, like we have Aryans, we have South, we call Dravidians. Okay, we have Mongolians in Northeast who look like Japanese or Chinese. They are called Mongolians. Okay, in North you have more Aryans, Caucasians. South we have a lot of Dravidians. Okay, that is a race. But it may not have so much influence on the race. But for the drugs, there will be a lot of changes. But for devices, not so much. But when we sell it to other countries, you need to be very careful. Okay, risk management, what are the risks that it have in the real world studies? Okay, you need to take a feedback, okay, on your PMS. That's why PMS, I say, is very, very important. And other requirements. Okay, this may not be technical requirements, like what are the internal documents, like internal specification on durability, cost, okay, material consistency, what is the cost you will be providing, what is the agreement, how many products you will deliver, for how long you will deliver, okay, will you do the packing or I should do the packing. All these are other requirements. So if you look at customer related process, first is the customer requirement, then is unstated requirements like the ergonomics, ease of use and other things, regulatory or statutory requirements, risk management, okay, and PMS and other requirements. Okay, after doing this, after determination of requirements, first you will get the requirements. Then you need to review those requirements, what you have got from the customer. Okay, because you once the customer gives requirements, you just don't start your production saying that I can do it, I know everything like that. So first you need, once you get the requirements, then your team should review the production, QA, QC, R&D, everybody. Okay, if required, the management should come and review. Okay, review before acceptance. Don't accept the requirements as such. First, you review what is their design, what is their material. Can we do it based on our technology available with our machines? Do we have the spare time? Do we have the manpower? Okay, this is called contractual review record. A formal sign-off sheet or meeting minutes confirming the cross-functional team, sales, R&D, quality, production, everybody will review. And if they say like after the meeting, they say, okay, we can do or we can't do it, then we'll have the review record. You will document everything, like what we can do, what we can't do. Okay, some things which the manufacturer may not do. Some things where, so you need to record all the requirements, what you can do, what you can't do. If you can do all requirements, that's fine. If you can't do some of the requirements, you need to mention to the customer, these are the things which we can't do. Okay, or we need to develop it further. It may take time and some money from your end. That's on agreement. Okay, that's what I say. If there is differences, some things where you can't do, some where you can do, and the cost and the pricing and something like the material what you are going to supply, all this, if there are difference between the customer and the manufacturer, you need to have resolution of differences where the requirements differ from previously expressed, okay, quote and the purchase. The differences must be resolved and documented. This is called change request or engineering change notice. Suppose you say that I am manufacturing based on your requirement, but some I am not able to meet your requirement. So I will have a change control and say that I am changing some of your requirements, but it will serve the intended purpose. And you will have a change control or engineering change control or the design changes, but still it meets the requirements. That is resolution of differences and the ability to meet the requirements. Okay. So first you will do the feasibility study whether I can do these devices as required for the customer. Okay, it's called a trial batch. Okay. Then the amendments of the requirements. If some changes that which has to be made in the customer specifications or customer requirements, we'll make the amendments. Okay. Then finally we'll have the agreement. Okay, that is document control log. What are the requirements that we need to amend or change, modify. Okay, and finally, if all this comes, the first is getting the requirements, determination of requirements. Second is review, whether we can do it. Okay, the team will work on this. Okay, if there are differences, you need to resolve ability to meet requirements. And if you are not able to meet some requirements, you can make change the requirements, that is amendment of requirements in a document. So you'll have the feasibility studies, change controls, contract review record, and finally we'll have the contract agreement. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And the third one is in 7.2. This is 7.2.1. Okay, determination of requirements, review of requirements. 7.2.3 is communication. Okay. Communication is something where the organization must establish and maintain document arrangements for communicating with the customers in relation to mandatory areas. It could be your customer, not necessarily your contract manufacturing or OEM. Your customer could be your own client, your hospital or your end user, how you are going to communicate with him. Even for your products, your own manufacturing device, what is the way of communication? Okay. First is the mandatory communication areas. As you need to communicate the product information. Okay, this is the information I'm going to my customer or the client to the hospital first. Okay, I'll give you the IFU, all the promotional material. Okay, this is how the device works. This is how, I mean, that is marketing material, promotional material, which includes the device description, how it works, the cost, okay, the clinical data of it, and all that will be there in the promotional material. Instructions, IFUs, labeling, all that product information we give it to the client or the customer. Okay, this is on how we communicate. First, providing the giving the product information. So, marketing material review process, a procedure for reviewing. It could be sales brochures, mainly done by marketing team. Okay, regulatory and qualities. What are our regulatory and quality certifications, or how we do it? Brochures, websites, IFUs before release of the material. Then after the client accepts or the customer accepts our products, we do a lot of inquiries, contracts and orders. Okay, handling inquiries. If he says like if there is an inquiry like I want so many so devices, what is the contract, what is the order, purchasing order? We'll do all the processing. If there are any changes, we'll do the amendments. This is called order entry procedure through purchase orders. Okay. This is very important because, as I said, auditors will also interact with the marketing team. They'll ask what are all your orders this year. If there are orders or inquiries, what are the inquiries? Where are your purchase orders? For how much cost you have? How many equipment you, how many devices you have sent to that particular client? If he has used all of them, what are the complaints? Do you have taken customer feedback? Okay. Have you done PMS? If there are complaints, how you address the complaints. So all that will be asked by the auditor to the marketing team. So this purchase orders inquiries, you need to record it, and every company does that. Okay, and this is again I'm coming to this, whether you have done customer feedback. Okay, gathering, review and handling customer feedback, including complaints. Okay. Okay, you have got provided the product information, you have inquiries, you have got the orders, you have given the product to the customer or the client, your customer or your client. Then you need, this is very important, like you need to do the customer feedback. After giving the devices, after the user or the client uses the devices, you should ask him what is the feedback, how it is working. Feedback can be two types, like it could be on the device, whether my packing is good, labeling is good, whether the ease of use is good. Okay, the second is procedural success we call. When you are using the device, one is on the external factors of the device. Is the device damaged when I am transporting to you? Is my packing good? I have inserted IFU in that or not? Okay, is the labeling fine? Are you able to trace the batches? Is traceability there? Okay, all about that. The second is the real use of it. When you are really using the clinical use or performance, how it is performing, whether it is meeting your requirements, the intended use, okay, are the primary endpoints met, are you found any difficulty? So these are some things where you take on customer feedback, or do you have some complaints? If there are complaints, you should have complaint handling system. Okay, records, you should maintain customer feedback records, okay, follow up, and you should mainly some companies have CRM, but most companies don't do, but marketing people should have CRM. Customer relation management. Suppose if you have a customer, if you have a CRM, okay, continuously interact with the customer so that you can keep the customer for a long time. Okay, retaining customer is very difficult. Suppose if you find some better device, he may move from your manufacturing to other company. So how you maintain the relation? Customer relation management is very, very important. Some companies do, some don't do. Generally, we do CRM, not on feedbacks. We do very little customer feedbacks, complaints, but we do them outside the hospital, like take him to some dinner meetings or some travels. You sponsor them to US, some holidays, okay? Because he's buying our device, okay, give him holidays to Mauritius or Thailand or to some area, or host his family for lunch or dinner, give some gifts. That way we do in India. Okay. But customer relation management is something different. Okay. Like you should continuously ask them the feedback, how they are working. Are you feeling convenient using your device, or should we improve? And the most important thing is compared to your competitor or compared to the best device they are using. Okay, how is my device? Is my device better than the comparator or same as the competitor? Or my device worse, or should I improve it? Okay, and the second thing is, would you recommend my device to other clients or customers? If he says no, I won't recommend. Then you ask a lot of questions like why you don't recommend, is there any problem with my device? Or if you say that your device is not good like the competitor, you have some problem with your device, then what are the problems? So that is CRM, not sponsoring to holidays or sponsoring to parties. Okay, I know like many manufacturers, big companies all do this. SMEs may not do because they don't have money. Companies like Merrill, Medtronic, they sponsor them for all conferences. A company called Merrill Life Sciences sponsored 100 doctors. Okay, 100 doctors to a conference in US. Okay, for each doctor it will cost 10 lakhs for tickets, accommodation, all that registration. More than 10 lakhs. Imagine 100 doctors. And what is the money? 100 doctors into 10 lakhs. Okay. If they are sponsoring so many, that is not called customer management or customer relation management. But that is way how we do it. And many companies that done it, it's not wrong. But how much business is expecting from that 100 doctors? He has spent like, say, 10 crores. He is expecting a business from those 100 doctors of around 100 crores or 50 crores. So that is how the CRM works. But for what I'm telling is you can do much better CRM. Okay, the other is advisory notices. Okay, if there are any recalls that has to be done, field safety corrective actions, like for some equipment you need to do maintenance, servicing, field safety corrective action. On the field you need to do some maintenance work, some servicing, field safety corrective actions. Suppose there are some corrections to be done, or if anything is not working, then you need to do lot of recalls. Okay, generally in India we don't do recalls because in US and other countries you see in lot of websites their own. If you go to US FDA website or European website or Udemy or Mode, you see that every day there will be a lot of recalls. Okay, you should know what is the recall procedure, a documented procedure for obtaining the regulatory reporting. When you do the recall, you need to inform to the regulatory bodies, and you should know regulatory requirements, when to do recall, why to do recall, and when you recall some batches of products, you should inform it to the regulatory body. Suppose in India, we need to inform to CDSCO. In Europe, you need to inform to the notified body of that. In Europe, you have almost 27, 28 countries. So you inform to the regulatory or notified body or competent authority in Europe that this is how devices we are recalling. Because once you're recalling, you should know traceability of it, which hospital it is. Okay, if it is in Europe in 28 countries, in which country it is, in which hospital it is, what is the batch number, you should able to trace it. If it is in India, which hospital it is, which state it is, and you inform to the regulatory bodies so that the devices won't be used further because they are carrying high risk. If they are used, it may cause mortality or there will be some issues of morbidity to the patient. Okay, because the risk of the patient is compromised and there will be safety issues with the devices, so you need to recall. That is on advisory notices where we inform to the regulatory body that we are recalling, and you should have a procedure how to recall. Okay, other information like standard contractual clause. Customer is responsible for final user comparability and assistant integration. So your client, you'll have an agreement like, okay, based on the services you provide to the client or the customer, he may say like, I am terminating this after 6 months, after 1 year. Or you may say, I will further continue using of your devices. Mainly this happens in government setups, not in private, like on tenders. Okay, tender will be valid for 2 years or 3 years, and later they may say, I may continue with your, or they may call a new tender. Okay, even in some private hospitals, they do this. Okay, so that is on compatibility analysis and integration. I have other information on that. Okay,
Sir,
this is the yeah.
that recall procedure you told, is it like in India? It's not happened till now. Any recall products? Uh,
No, very less people will call recall.
okay.
Recall basically happens for high risk devices or class D devices because they are life-saving devices.
Yes,
Okay, any problem with the device because they are life-saving, it causes death or mortality.
sir. Like
Not just for class A, class B. Generally, there won't be any recalls like bandages or cotton. But I have seen some IV sets recalled. Recently, some IV sets have been recalled, not in India, in US. That is IV drip sets,
yes,
IV tubing, all this has been recalled because they found some particles or some contamination in the IV sets. And I have seen some that comes under drugs and cosmetics, some saline bottles, okay, uh, because they found some fungal infection in that saline. So they recalled.
like sir, for example, if okay, they are identified issue, they recalled products, and they will fix the issue and resolved. then is it black mark or remark for that company in future? Then no need to manufacture that products or like anything it will come observation.
No, you can manufacture that. Once you recall, you need to find out, do the complaint analysis, total analysis, not just complaint analysis, total analysis A to Z from design to final specification, what happened to this device, why there are so many complaints. See, if there is one complaint, you don't recall.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if there are multiple complaints of the same nature, okay, you understand because it is of same nature, you understand that there is some problem which is very much related to the device.
Yes, sir.
Suppose there are multiple or three, four problems of different nature. Okay, you may think like it could be problem with the user or it could be problem with the patient because the complaints are different nature. Okay,
Yes,
if the complaints are more and if they are of the same nature, suppose I say there is leakage in the IV set or the drip set, all 10 complaints are telling on the leakage, which clearly means that there is problem with the product. But
yes,
some doctor is reporting leakage, some problem is reporting on insertion problem, some doctor is reporting I'm not able to control the flow of IV set, different problems. Okay, then you need to think like why this center, is it center specific, hospital specific problem, or it is a problem spread all over the hospitals. Okay, there will be some complaints where there will be very specific to one hospital. I have seen this. Then when we went and seen that why this complaint is happening only now, we are supplying to almost 50 hospitals.
yes,
And only one hospital is complaining on that every batch.
yes,
It is hospital. When we went and see them, the user as having the problem. It is a user problem in handling it. Then
yes,
we have advised him as per the directions of use, you need to use it. You can't insert that with lot of pressure. Okay, if you insert with lot of pressure, it is a catheter which is inserted in the heart. Okay, if he keeps pushing it, though it is not uh, tracking or it is not flexible, it is not moving. Okay, then there should be some clot where he is trying to push it in the heart. There should be some clot where he is pushing hard. And he said that there is a problem with your device, we are not able to push it. Pushability is a problem, flexibility is a problem, it is not crossing, crossability is a problem. Then we told it is a clot. There is a clot in the coronary artery. So first you need to do pre-dilatation. First open the clot with the balloon, then only the stent will cross. So they don't do pre-dilatation is opening of the clot with a balloon catheter, okay, in the coronary artery so that there will be some space or blood flow will be regulated so that you can implant the stent. So
yes,
what I'm trying to say is some will be uh, like client centric or hospital centric. Some you'll find spread over all centers. That time you need to be very vigilant and you need to recall.
yes,
Okay, recall doesn't mean you should not stop producing the devices. Still you can produce the devices, manufacture the devices, okay, and after doing proper corrective action.
yes. Like sir, you told recall. Usually PV team it will handle, na sir, or else regulatory. Like I know, pharmacovigilance team will handle like these issues.
Yeah, it will be handled by a cross-functional team.
Yes, sir.
Okay, including the marketing. The marketing has to give detailed information on the complaint.
Yes,
Like this is happened in 5 center. This is the doctor. What is the patient condition? What are the risk factors of the patient? what other devices he has used with our devices in conjugation. So total complaint analysis, complaint procedure, the marketing guy has to give, including the sample, okay, or the device where he has the complaint, he has to get it back from the hospital that this is the device which has the complaint. Then there will be QA RA team. Okay, in big companies there will be a complaint handling team which is a cross-functional. You will have an R&D person, you will have a QA person, you will have
PV.
RA production person.
Yes.
Okay, everybody sits and looks at them, looks at the device, then they look at first the QC records of that batch.
Yes, sir.
What are the rejections that happened? Whether this device of that batch, how it passed. Okay.
Yes.
Then we look at the retained samples of that batch. We'll test the retained samples of that, how they are performing. Then we'll look at the complaint. Okay. We'll look at the BMR, whether what material you have used, and are there any complaints like similar complaints with other devices of the batch. Okay. Then later we do a root cause analysis, looking at the overall picture on what is the patient condition, how the user has done it, and what is the nature of the complaint. Okay, there are 3-4 ways how you do the root cause. One is what is called a fishbone diagram. I'll show that to you. And the other is 5Y, mainly
Yes.
used in Japan companies, mainly started by Toyota.
Yes, sir.
5 why means you need to ask 5 times why. Then finally you'll arrive at some place where this could have happened. But to me, fishbone is very ideal. And there is a tree model. Okay. A tree model is very exhaustive root cause analysis. But in all of the three, you will arrive at some conclusion what it could have gone wrong. And there will be sometimes a combination of things, not just the device. The device and the patient risk factor combined can cause a problem, cause a complaint. Okay, of course, the device is not performing in that patient, and the patient who has some risk factors which is compromising the performance of the device. Okay, sometimes it could be user error, sometimes just an MBBS person who is a house surgeon. Okay, not trained in that, not an expert, started using that device.
Yes, sir.
Because I have seen a lot of technicians performing some of this, what the doctor has to do, just the lab technicians do everything. I've seen in some states like in Madhya Pradesh and Orissa, and also some in Karnataka, where the lab technician does lot of procedures what the doctor has to do. Of course, he may be trained, but it is not his duty. So there could be some user errors, and some doctors, though they are specialists, are not aware of some of the complications. I have seen a lot of doctors calling me like, I have inserted a stent. Can I do an MRI? When a stent is inserted, you can't do MRI of the patient's heart.
Yes, sir.
Because if you do MRI, the stent is a metal. It gets heated
Yes.
when you do MRI. Then when it get heated, it will damage the blood vessels.
Yes, sir.
So such complicated things some doctors don't know. Okay. So this is on customer related. Okay. First is customer requirements you need to know. First determine the requirements, review the requirements, then how you communicate with the customer or your client. Mainly the product information, inquiries, contract orders, customer feedback, advisory notices. Advisory notices mainly on the recalls or any corrective action. In India also, I mean, it started long back, but people don't use this website called Metro Vigilance of India. Okay, any complaints that come should be reported, whether it's drugs or medical devices, has to reported in Metro Vigilance of India. There is a website. Okay, the hospital can report, the patient can report, the manufacturer can report, anybody can report if there is a complaint or serious adverse event or some kind of problem with the drug or the devices. The site is Metro Vigilance of India. In India, we don't report. I mean, the problem with Indians is we don't report to the regulatory bodies. Just we go back to the doctor and say that I have the problem. He does something and all this. But in a Western country, this will be taken very seriously. Okay, once you complain it, because it's an online system, because you need to report so that it doesn't happen to another person. Okay, if you don't report, it happens to 10 persons. Like I told the other day, what happened with a lot of pharmaceuticals, like uh, I told an example of cough syrup, okay, which was manufactured in Chennai or someplace in Chennai or in Tamil Nadu. It was marketed all over India, and one it was given to pediatric patients. It is specially cough syrup for children. One kid died. It was not reported. I thought it could be some problem with the kid. And there are a lot of people in the same center and also in some parts, okay, complaining of problem, and end of the day nobody reported it. End of after a week's time, 40 children died. 40 children died because of cough syrup. Then when they done the root cause analysis, they thought that the formulation what they made was wrong. It contained more polyethylene glycol, which is generally used in cough syrups, but the quantity of polyethylene glycol is more, and it causes toxicity in children. So it causes toxicity, and a lot of people died because of respiratory arrest. The respiratory system could not function, and they have died. I mean, this is why I'm saying, like, advisory notices, you need to immediately report to the regulatory body if you have any problem, mainly with life-saving devices or drugs. Okay, if there are sometimes many people I see in rural areas and even in suburban areas, they don't look at the expiry date of the devices or the drugs, mainly the drugs. They take these drugs without looking at the expiry date, and expired drugs have a lot of problems. They call toxicity. Even expired devices also are very dangerous. Okay, this is about customer related processes 7.2. 7.1 I told about planning of customer relation, sorry, planning of product realization. 7.2 is on customer related processes. Okay, determination of requirements, review of requirements, and communication. Okay, this is clause 7.1 and 7. So next we'll be moving to clause 7.3,
Yes, sir.
and this is design and development. Actually, in India, we don't give so much importance on design and development. Even in our IMDR regulations, they don't focus more on design and development. And the documentation on design and development will be very, very less. Okay. Uh, But in other countries, like in US, they give a lot of importance on R&D and design and development.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And even in Europe also, in UMDR or in USFDA and other countries. In India, we don't give so much of importance on the, see, the documentation, what we do on design and development will be some 10 pages like that. But if you want to do for Europe, or it will be like 100 pages. And there will be 5, 6 stages in design and development, okay, which systematically you need to follow, right? And why we don't give so much of importance on design and development, can you tell? Why we don't give so much of importance on design and development in India? We just casually write some 10 pages. The design drawings will give this, some validations, verifications will give, but not in depth. Okay, I have written design and because I started my career as chief scientist in an R&D. Okay, I know about the design and development, how difficult it will be,
Yes,
and documentation also.
yes, sir.
Because all this, whatever you document in design and development, it is called as design history file, DHF.
Sir, while writing, there is no any evidence also is there, no, sir? Like we need
Yeah,
to.
we need to give a lot of evidence, objective evidence that we have designed this, we have worked on this, we have validated, we have, these are the design planning, how we have planned this. See, I said for anything, any subclass or class, first it starts with planning. Say, first is QMS planning. Okay, in clause 4. Then management planning of QMS. How, what the management will do with QMS for keeping it effective. Okay. Clause 6 on general requirements for resource management, general requirements. Clause 7 we have seen planning for product realization. Okay. In design and development also, planning is very important. Design development planning. Second one is what are your design inputs? Third one is what are your design input outputs? The fourth one is design validation. The fourth one is design verification. Okay. And the fifth one is design reviews. Sixth one is design transfer. Once you complete everything, how you transfer your design to production, from R&D to production, how the transfer takes place, what are the documents you transfer it to production, and how they do the production, trial batch production. If there are any changes that has to be done, what are the design changes? So these are 6, 7 sections in design and development. Each has to be discussed, elaborated. My question was why we don't give so much of importance on design and development. If you answer this question, you can go for lunch. Just half an hour only.
Sir, actually, it's uh, as of now, like I saw some documents like this design verification input output. Uh, it's already like for that project they given some deadline and some amount for this project. They will take evidence previous based on that project. They will write before that activity done. Uh, but it will take procedure around I feel 1 week before 1 week it will complete all, sir, like documentation or work. Mainly they are focusing on uh, results of practical. Its input it meets to the output. It's completely like up to verification. Like everything it will go documentation. it will come practical only validation. It's no need to take CFT team, sir. Like one, two, three, two persons. We need to fix it. We analyze. We should list out the all which are the instrument, which manufacture like manufacturing machine method, everything. All it should document before in document only, sir. Everything, and it will come time main focus validation only, sir. Like real work, real time work. It's taking too much their time.
No, you have told a lot of things, but the point is in India, we don't we see there are two types of design and development.
Okay,
One is design and development of new devices.
okay,
Okay, in India, we don't develop new devices. I know it. We don't have the technology or we don't get ideas. New devices is devices for new diseases or new intended use.
okay.
Okay, I don't see any company in India till now, medical device company, inventing new devices or doing research on new medical devices for an new disease or new intended use. Basically, in India, what we do are two things. Already existing devices, we make some design changes for better safety and performance.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that is also design and development. Okay, existing only we make some changes. Okay, for better performance like value addition, or we add something we do for some ergonomics, not basic changes, minor changes we'll do like handling or ergonomics changes, something. The second is basically all R&D companies, all manufacturers do is we develop already existing devices in our company. Okay, there is already a device, what we call Me Too device. There is a predicated device available in the market which has okay good scope and market, and we have the technology to do that. Or we don't have the technology, we'll purchase the technology, do the technology transfer, we buy the equipment, we create the infrastructure, and we know what the device is, what is the intended use of it. Okay, and we know like what is we'll do some retrospective engineering or reverse engineering on that device. We'll know what is the material dimensions, technical specifications, all that, what is the machinery required, what is the process, because it's already a device that is market well established. So we develop that devices. That is Me Too devices are already existing devices in the market. We have predicated devices. But we don't develop new devices. Okay, one is developing new devices never happens in India, except Merrill does some work on new devices. Okay, Merrill and except Merrill, there, like all MNCs do, like Medtronic, about they work on new devices because the expenditure required for working on new devices will be very huge. You have to spend thousands of crores. Okay, which is risky, and sometimes they may fail. We are not sure that it will be a success. Okay, I was involved in one new device where we spent almost 50 crores till clinical trials, and it failed. Failed in the sense it is not showing any additional benefits compared to the already existing device. Then who
Yes,
will use? So that failed. So it involves lot of things for new device. You need to do the most of the money required is spent on clinical trials only. You need to do multi-centric phase 1, phase 2, phase 2, phase 3. multi-centric trials in different hospitals. You need lot of management, patient management, clinical management. You need to spend a lot of money. Forget about the clinical. You need to do a lot of validations, back compatibility studies, all that studies. Okay, and first you need to develop the prototypes, start doing testing for new devices. So it involves a lot of expenditure.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where Indian companies can't afford. Few companies like Merrill, I remember Merrill because they have worked on, and sometimes they failed also. Even Care Releases medical devices where I work, we worked on new devices, they failed, then we stopped that experiments on working on new device. So the second is making changes to already existing device for better performance or safety. Some companies do it. Not major changes, small changes, so they do it. Changes in some of the components, changes in it could enable like some equipment we give hydrophilic coating, drug coating, antimicrobial coating, like in urinary catheters and dialysis catheters. Okay, we do that. That's minor changes. That is also design. I mean, changes in design and development. The third is very simple one. You choose an existing predicated device. Okay, develop that device. It doesn't take much time. Maybe 1 year you can do everything. But for new device, it takes almost 5, 6 years. So for new device, it's time, it's money, and we can't predict whether it will be a success or failure. Minor changes you can do, but still you need approvals from CDSCO and regulatory approvals are very important. Even for new devices, regulatory approvals take 2, 3 years. For a already existing device, the third category, where you do manufacture the device, produce the device, do all the documentation on design development, risk management, production, process controls, all that. It's very easy. Within 1 year, you can uh, develop the device. Within 1 year, you can get the regulatory process and you can start manufacturing. Okay, that's why in India we do design and development, but for the third category of already existing devices. We don't go to the first category of new devices because it takes a lot of time, lot of money, lot of people, manpower, and end of the day we don't know, very unpredictable. It may fail or it may be successful. 90% of the time it fails. Okay, that's what the data says. But you should be ready, like if it fails also, still I have the money to run my company. Okay. Second is okay, you can make, we have done a lot of things like minor changes, but they are very effective changes. Okay. And it worked very well. We got regulatory approvals, all that. The third is very simple, like even you can do. Get an existing device, just manufacture all that because it has already a regulatory approval. You say that my device and their device is same, it is an equivalent device. Okay, technically it's same raw material, same manufacturing process, same intended use. Okay, technical equivalence, biological equivalence, clinical equivalence, it is the same thing. And you already gave approval, CDSCO already gave approval for the device. So give approval for me also. Why you are stopping it? So that is the easiest way. And for that also we need to do some design and development, like because you have, for third case, you have all the design inputs. You know what is the design of it, what is the raw material, what is the process, dimensions, okay, intended use, what regulatory documents you need to prepare, specifications, lot of things. These are all called design inputs. Once you have the design input, you start getting the raw material, preparing prototypes. Prototypes preparing became very easy. Okay, 3D printing and all that. Nowadays it is called as rapid prototyping. Within a week, we can do prototypes with 3D printing. You have a lot of technology that has happened with AML where you can do design and do simulation with AML. We call it as digital twins. Okay, you can do how you can see how the device is performing. Okay, on the screen on the computer with digital twins using AML. Okay, of course, you need to do the physical testing. Suppose you have 10 designs, out of 10 you will choose 2 designs. Then you start testing those 2 designs so that your time will come down. Instead of testing manufacturing 10 devices, you know what are the 2 hit devices or the 2 leads. Then you start manufacturing those devices and you will test them and one of them will be successful. So the time for doing or manufacturing or design and development of predicated devices became very easy. Less time, less investment, and very sure that it will become successful and get the regulatory approvals and you can market it.
Even that is also having master, na, sir,
That is also,
like having master, like proof.
yeah, that you need to do a lot of work. You need to do validations, you need to do verification. Okay. Uh, you need to do a lot of testing. You need to do biocompatibility studies. You need to do small clinical trial, not big one. But still in India, there is no need for doing clinical trial. It is called clinical evaluation, just with literature search reports. Because the predicate already was used. It was used since last 3 years. It have a lot of data. There are a lot of same devices. So you gather all the clinical data and you show that my intended use, my manufacturing process, material, all that are same. And at end of the day, you show that my technical procedure, technical equivalence is there, biological equivalence, clinical equivalence is there. And hence, I don't do clinical trial. For me, clinical evaluation is through literature search report. But in US and Europe, in Europe, earlier and before UEMDR came in 2020 and it came in 2017, but implemented in 2021.
Yes.
Old MDD, old Europe regulations also followed the same, just equivalence, predicative equivalence. Okay, only literature search. But now they changed it. In UMDR new regulation, they said that your device, we need the clinical data. They didn't say clinical trials. You show clinical evidence or clinical evaluation that it is used in human patients, okay, whether prospective or retrospective, and give me the data.
Yes, sir.
And US, it is still stringent. You need to do prospective studies only. So in India, still we have not adopted that. We still you go for the literature search report, collecting literature. Within 2-3 months, you can prepare a clinical evaluation report, comparing all devices, and finally we say that this device is equivalent. They have the same risk. I have the same risk. They have the same benefits. We have the same benefits. So based on equivalence, you approve my device. Okay, that is three sections how design and development happens. So basically, we look at the third one, or some companies, good companies, do at the second on modifying the change, design changes or modifying the designs of existing products for better performance and safety. And the third one is much easier. Design same as like predicative. The first one is risky. Okay. After this lunch, it is 1:45. You come at 2:15.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll by before 5 we'll complete class 7 and class 8 also, because at 6 o'clock I have this Saturday training session.
Yes, sir. Right.
Okay, we should complete today because design and development is easy for you to understand. Okay,
Okay.
then there is purchasing process. Okay,
Okay.
then there is purchasing. After there is production and service control that will complete. Then we'll come to clause 8.
Okay.
Clause 8 within 2 hours I can complete.
Okay.
Okay, by 5 we'll complete, and later in evening you attend risk management.
Okay, sir.
Okay, I already shared in the group.
Hi, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Hi, sir.
Yeah, I'm joining.
Nice.
Yeah, Venkatesh, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'll start with clause 7.3.
Yes,
That's design and development. See, actually, I can complete the total 13485 in a day. The
okay.
point is like, I'm explaining couple of things, more of my practical experience. Okay.
Yes,
Like some which you don't find here.
okay.
Okay. But however, it will be useful for you. Uh, I mean, once you attend the interviews or when you go for your jobs, I mean, this is what you face.
Yes, sir.
Okay, like I said, design and development, there will be three types, which generally don't, any document won't provide or any standard provide. What are the three types of design and development? As I said, one is design and development on new devices. Second is design and development, just modifying the changes, doing some changes to already existing devices. Third one is design and development of already existing devices or predicated devices. Told the third one is the easiest one, which many Indian companies do. Okay. And first one is one many Indian companies don't do because of the time and cost involved and also the resources needed. So in design and development, as it is mentioned, this is the critical and complex section. Okay, for
Yes,
many medical device companies, okay, you need to understand. It talks about how the product is designed, developed, or in normal language, we call how the product is created. Okay, creation of the product. And creation doesn't happen in one step. Creation or development happens in different steps. Okay. Uh, Starting from, as I said, I mean, this is very general, what I have said, what I have mentioned. But let's look into what this design development, what are the sections in 7.3. 7.3, the first section, that is 7.3.1, is planning. Okay. As I said, for anything, planning is important. The second thing is design and development inputs. What are the inputs we should have while design and development? I'll describe on that. The third point is what are the outputs? Okay, design and development outputs. What outputs you are getting after the design and development? Okay. The other is design and development review. This will be very general. Like as I said, after every step, once you have design development input, you will have a review. Okay. After you get the output, you will have a review. Review with the total team. Okay. This design and development reviews happens multiple times. Okay, not just once. After every step during the design development, you will have total review with the design and development team. Okay, I'll tell you who will be included in design and development team. Then you have verification, you know this, design and development verification. Then there will be design and develop validation. These two are very, very important. Okay, more importantly, validations. Okay, and I said transfer of design. Transfer in the sense how you will transfer design from R&D to production, what documents you transfer, okay, what is the equipment or equipment details you transfer, what are the materials you transfer, will you also transfer human resources in R&D to production? It depends. Okay, and most importantly, what is the technology, what, because in R&D you do uh, or you manufacture devices in very small quantities, like in 50s or 100s for your testing. Okay, but when you come to production, you need to ramp it up to thousands or 10,000. During that process, okay, when you do 100 devices in R&D and when you ramp it up to 1,000 devices, what are the changes you make? Okay, changes from design to production, because the machinery used in production will be of large scale, but the machines what you use in design and development may not be of large scale. But of late, companies are using the same machines for design and development and production. But of late, I say, like, you have desktop machines, okay, more computer simulations, okay, using CAD based on the designs and all that stuff. But when you transfer them, what are the things which you do? Okay, and control of designs. Suppose if you are outsourcing the design and development, how you will have control? I said there will be a lot of controls like sterilization controls, supplier controls, design and development controls. Okay, how you are controlling the design and development so that there won't be any changes that happens accidentally. Okay, if there are any changes, what you will do? So the other one will be design and development files. We call it as design history file. What are the contents in design history file or design and development files? Okay, these are the 9 sections which you will see in design and development, which happens phase wise. Okay, it's not at all like you do design development verification and development first and then do go for design outputs. But there will be some situations, okay, where parallel things will be happening. It's not like with one input, okay, one design input you start doing your process. You will have different experiments. We call them as DOEs, design of experiments. We try with 2 3 material, 2 3 designs. That's what I said. Of course, you may try 10 or 100 designs in a computer simulation using AML. Okay, and in that simulations, you will really understand, okay, the functions of the, what are the attributes of the devices, how they function, and you will also understand in a simulated condition, okay, in the human body, the intended use, how they function or how they fail, what are the risks. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so that are the things you need to understand. And parallelly you will be running 3 4 experiments. I mean, after computer simulations and all that AIML simulations, you will understand that there could be 2 3 designs which will be working. So parallelly you start working on 2 3 designs. Okay, you keep, and you'll have inputs for that. You'll do the prototypes, you start testing of them, prototypes for in vitro studies, shelf life studies, and lot of validations. Okay, and last you'll go for biocompatibility studies and clinical studies. Okay, clinical studies and studies come under validation studies only. Okay, then you'll do verification studies, and then you look at, in the clinical validation you will understand, okay, of the 2 3 models, which one is working better. You will, as I again repeating, every stage you will include risk management. I again told you that risk management in medical devices starts with design and development. So you need to integrate risk management from your design inputs, even from your design planning. When you plan your design and development, you should write there risk management will be integrated at all stages of design and development. When you have design of inputs, you need to write like whether all design inputs are covered, and for each design input, what is the risk? Okay, if your design inputs, after you test the devices, you will get the outputs.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes outputs may not exactly match or exactly won't be the same as your inputs. That is verification. Suppose if you want, if your input is 7.3 mm thickness, your output could be 7.1. But is it okay 7.1, 7 point, input is 7.3, output is 7.1? There is a difference of 0.2. Is it okay or should I redo it till I get 7.3? If it is 7.1, my output is, what is the risk? Will the device fail? Or the function of the device, what is the risk associated with it on the safety and performance? Okay, you need to look at risk at every angle during your validations, also your verifications when you are doing the design transfers. So all these, that's why I said design reviews are discussed at every step in the design and development. Okay, once you do the design and development planning, you do the review. What review you do? Whether my planning is right. Have I got the right team? Okay. Then, I mean, in design and development, what you write is what are the steps I am going to do in design and development? Do I have all the equipment? Do I have all the personal human resources? Do I have the infrastructure, trained manpower? If I don't have, am I outsourcing some of the tests? Okay, many companies outsource lot of studies. Okay, because it's the initial one, they don't want to buy some equipments for testing or equipments for manufacturing if they are of high cost. Okay, they outsource some of them like the 3D printers for rapid prototyping, and some they outsource the AML simulation methods if they don't want to buy the software. Okay, some of them they may outsource. If they want to outsource, which companies or which labs they are outsourcing, whether they are approved labs, whether they will give correct results, all this will be done in design and development planning. Okay, including the timelines. For each phase, what is the timeline? When should I complete? Okay, for clinical validation, how much time it takes, or biological compatibility, how much, verification, validation, how much time, and at the end of the day, when I can do the design transfer. Okay, these are planned timelines. But incidentally, what happens in design and development is many a times your planned timeline, you may not meet the planned timelines. Okay, I've seen it. The planned timelines, you extend it by a year or more than a year because it doesn't go like how you do production and all these things, because lot of things work on trial and error methods. Okay, sometimes in middle it may fail. Again, you come back to the design drawing. You may come back to the drawing board and change the design. So you need to be very careful from step one till as you move on, so that at the end, when you come to validations, in clinical validations, everything goes wrong. Okay, it will be a super flop in clinical validation, the last step. Then if it is a flop, which means that every step you have not taken proper care, you have not included risk management, okay, and you have not tested properly, then again you need to come back to the design inputs. Okay, start again, or maybe you start in the middle. There are some parameters where you need to change. Okay, this is what the overall view of design and development. There will be lot of things which I can discuss for almost whole day or whole week on design and development. But I said in India we write very less. But when you come to US and Western countries, they emphasize a lot on design and development and mainly the risk management in design and development, because the risk management, okay, is key, and the success of the device, okay, in design and development depends upon how you adopt the risk management at every phase. So coming to the first phase or first step, it is design and development planning.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, to come to the objective of design and development planning, it is like, as I mentioned, the product, what is the end results when you are doing the product or the device should meet, okay, intended use. What is the intended use? Some indications of use. It should, okay, it should have so much absorbability if it is just an sterile cotton, or it should degrade, or if it is some complicated device, it should transmit so much of electrical energy, it should give proper diagnosis results. Okay, what is based on the intended use, it should meet that requirements of intended use. Okay, that is performance. Second important is the safety of the device, that is the primary requirement. And the other secondary requirements includes your regulatory requirements. Are you sticking to your regulations? Okay, are you doing design and development as per the regulations? Are you adopting ISO 13485? Are you adopting risk management 14971? Okay, are you adopting biocompatibility 10993? Are you adopting IEC 62304 if it is a SOMAD? Are you adopting usability engineering? Are you adopting labeling standards ISO 2317? Are you adopting the packing transport validations? Are you adopting stability studies as per the regulations? So you need to follow some standards and regulations while you are doing the development only, not later. Okay, after you develop the product, don't think, okay, I forgot to follow the standards. I don't know what are the technical specifications. I followed some tests. You should follow standard test procedures. Okay, if there are no standard test procedures, I'll tell you what to do. Whether you follow the pharmacopoeia or you follow ASTM standards, okay, American standards for testing of materials, or ISO or IEC, any standards you are what, or pharmacopoeial standard in Indian pharmacopoeia or EP European or USP pharmacopoeia. So you need to follow standards. You can't do as you like. You should follow the regulations. You should follow the standards. Okay, this is the main purpose. As I said, it should meet the user needs or intended purpose, safety requirements, regulatory framework or regulatory demands. So this is the main purpose of ISO 13485 clause 7 and that too in 7.3. So in 7.3, first one is design and development planning. As I said, for every activity, you should do the planning. Plan it not just orally, plan and document it. Okay, without documentation, there is no ISO. Any ISO won't exist. So without documentation, you have not done anything. You may do 100 things, very important things, great work. But without documentation, it is not counted. It is zero. Okay. I mean, as per the 13485, everything you do, you need to document. But when you start doing, okay, Write it what you are doing. That is planning. Do you have an SOP? Do you have a procedure, STP? You have a QSP? Which standard you are following? What is the plan and what is the protocol for that? Do you have work instructions? If you have all that, do you have records, formats for recording the results, reports, all that? So you need to look at the documents. Okay. So in design and development planning, it talks about stages of design. Okay, which I also mentioned, like first will you look at the concept and hypothesis initially, whether we can do this in our facility, whether it's practically feasible. This basically comes for new devices. Okay, new devices, we look at the concept or hypothesis. We call it as, in R&D, we call it as TRL. Okay, technology readiness level. Okay, TRL will start from TRL 0. Okay, when your total clinical validation is completed and you are ready for commercialization, it means you have reached the final stage of TRL, that is around 9. Okay, suppose you have design input, you have done the feasibility, you have done verification. Okay, you are at TRL level 3, validation TRL 4. Okay, you are still need to do some validation on packing and all that. Okay, 5. And you have done the labeling, packing. Okay, you have done all this. Biocompatibility TRL 7. That is technology readiness level. And you have done design transfer. Okay, you have reached TRL 8. And you are ready for commercialization, means your production has started. So you are at the final stage of TRL 9. Okay, different technology readiness levels are different. So you need to look at the feasibility. We call it as techno feasibility. Techno feasibility consists of a lot of things. Do I have the resources, human resources, material resources, infrastructure, machinery? Okay, that is, it comes as techno feasibility. Technology wise, am I ready? Human, machine, infrastructure, testing equipment, all that. Then the commercial feasibility. How much money I have to invest? How much capital I have to invest in this project? If I invest so much of money, okay, how much time it takes? Okay, some do part investment, part they run it partly. Suppose I invest full money in 5 years. Okay, then they complete the project. What is the success rate of it? What is the probability of success? Okay, again, it depends whether it's a new device or design changes or it's always a predicative. Predicative, you can give 99% success. New device, you can't say, it's 50-50. Minor changes, you can say 80% it will be success. Okay, if I'm doing a predicative already in the market, I can guarantee it will be 95 to 99% it will be successful. Okay, and they also look at, in the commercial feasibility, they also look at, if I have invested so much, what is the time it takes for product development and also getting the regulatory approvals. Okay, what is the total time and at what cost I will be selling. Okay, we call it as costing of the day. I have invested so much of machinery, material, manpower, time, all that. At end of the day, what is the competitor device cost and how much cost can I sell? Definitely not more than the other device or competitor. It should be cost effective, should have quality and similar performance like the competitor or better performance. Okay, this is what you do all these feasibility studies. I am explaining this in detail because I practically worked on a lot of projects. Some are successful, some have failed. Then you look at design input. See, this takes a lot of time on feasibility. Feasibility studies, when the R&D team prepares, the management has to finalize because it involves lot of capital or money, finance, success rate of the project, and commercialization aspect. Everything has to be planned. Which countries you want to market, what is the costing of it. The costing only takes almost 15 20 days to do the costing. Costing is a different subject. Like I know like how to do the costing of a device, one piece of device. Okay, then the input, I said, what are the design inputs, output, verification, validation, transfer, design controls, review. What are the stages of design? Okay, we call it as design and development plan, DDTP. Then you look at review and transfer. I said reviews, design reviews are done after every stages. Once you do the planning, you review, have I got all plans done? Feasibility studies, I have got the resources, what is the equipment needed, everything is planned. Okay, infrastructure, testing, outsourcing, like everything is planned or I'm missing anything. The team need to review. Okay, in middle you can't ask like, okay, I missed this, I need this equipment, and that equipment will cost 1 crore. Okay, and it is not available in India, then you need to purchase from outside. Then it takes 2 3 months time. Or you want to outsource the test, outsource in India, anywhere in India, you don't find that equipment. So you have to send it to other countries. You need to search the lab. So all that keeping in view, you need to review and when the design transfer will happen, okay, with timelines, that is milestones. When I'll complete my design input, output, validation, verification, I have to give milestones. And when I'll do the design transfer. And this is very important, responsibilities and authorities. Who is leading the project? There's 2 3 guys are leading or only guy leading the project. Was he good enough to understand the requirements of the project? Does it have experience? And what is the team involved? Okay, definitely the team involves all the departments, starting from marketing, because marketing gives you a lot of information on the device. Okay, user needs, what is the demand for it, what is the market for it, who are the competitors, total how many devices are there, who is having the more market capture. Okay, the prices and all that, they will bring a lot of samples. So the marketing team, okay, basically the R&D team, which R&D team is the one which are basic skill, have skills to develop the product. They may include lot of say the skilled persons in that. They could be plastic engineering from CPET or mechanical engineering. They could be people who are involved in drugs or from like a lot of people. I mean, where the technology is design people who are good in software designing and simulations. Okay, some people were good in validations. Some people who know the art of okay doing the 3D printing and prototypes. Okay, then comes the quality department where they will check the quality of devices, do a lot of testing of the devices. Okay, and they should know what are the parameters, what are the technical specifications, how to test procedure. They should write all the STP procedures, SOPs for all everything. Then comes the regulatory persons. They should know what standards they are following for that particular devices. What are the regulations they are following? Suppose I want to market in US. Am I following the US regulations for this design and development? What standards I am following? What regulations I am following? If it's in Europe, it's in India. Okay, regulatory persons. And finally, regulatory persons also need to compile the design history file. Okay, of course, total team will design the design history file and they do the design transfer. And regulatory people also apply for test license to test the devices before manufacturing. Okay, once you take the trial batch, 3 trial batches, once the design is transfer is done, you take 3 trial batches in production. Okay, and after taking 3 trial batches in production, you need to test the devices. Okay, for everything. What you have done in R&D, that has to be repeated. Okay, in your production when you take the 3 test batches. And for taking the production in test batches, you need to take permission of the CDSCO. That is called test license. Once you take the test license, then you start production and you test the devices. After testing the devices, you prepare device master file, technical documentation, all that. Regulatory quality people will do it, all the testing. Okay, including then they submit it to CDSCO and apply for manufacturing license. Then there will be a lot of audits that happens. Whether you have 13485, you have machinery, then they give approval for you to commercialize the product. So it's a big process. You need to know who are responsible for all this. R&D, manufacturing, they will come. You should have a matrix. Okay, responsibilities, accountability, consultants, okay, informed, clear assignments on roles and responsibilities, timelines, who is doing what. It could include everything. You also include lot of doctors and clinicians to exactly know whether this is the device, so they can keep testing the device in patients, okay, and give lot of inputs. Okay, updates. You need to keep updating, like whether your inputs are revised or you are changing something in the timelines. Everything has to be updated. Okay, suppose if your timelines are changed, okay, or there are suddenly there will be new standards that may come, new regulations that may come, then you need to change it, you need to update it. Okay, that we call it as revision history, like how we do in SOPs. We update the SOPs. So here also we update the design and development plan. It is called as revision. Okay, then comes the design and development inputs. This is very key. Okay, based on the inputs only, we will go ahead with the design and development. So what are the inputs? Okay, input starts from your raw materials, your drawings, your technical specifications. Okay, what is the intended use? All technical parameters, very small, minute things also. Okay, including what is the granular size of the polymer. Okay, what is the excipients in the polymer? Even what are the impurities in the polymer? Because the impurities may affect the performance. Okay, you need to have total inputs, which includes functional, performance or safety inputs. Okay, that includes all the documents that are required for design input specification. You need to have specifications. Okay, all requirements that are required, all requirements that are needed for the inputs. What is the acceptance criteria, final technical specifications? I said no, everything from your raw material manufacturing process, everything has to be done. And what are the statutory and regulatory guidelines? What are the standards I need to follow? what are the regulations I need to follow, 510K or for FDA or for Europe. Okay, all this has to be done. Okay, and you need to look at essential requirements. What are the essential requirements checklist for a device? Now it is called as GSPR. In India, we call ER essential requirements principle ERP, but in Europe, rather they call GSPR, that is general safety and performance requirements. What are the requirements for the device? Okay, safety and performance requirements. It includes from all raw materials, technical specification, manufacturing flow, risk management, validation, verification, clinical biocompatibility, all that. And this is what I said. You should have in your input the risk management. What are the outputs of risk management? When you include risk management, are you controlling the risk? First, you need to identify what are the risks. If there are risks, are you able to control the risks? After control the risk, are there still any risks, what you call residual risk? Are the residual risks under acceptable levels? Or they are not acceptable, that they may cause some side effects or adverse events? Should I reduce the risk as low as possible? You need to adopt all this. Okay, risk traceability matrix or risk management file, you need to do it. Okay, at every section in the risk management, I mean in the design and development, from inputs to outputs verification, every time you need to adopt this. And information from previous designs. Okay, as I said, like you may fail in the first design, but still you need to document it. Generally, we call it as lab books or lab records. Okay, the lab books generally in India we don't use it. In R&D they'll have lab notebooks. So everything they do has to be recorded. Actually, lab notebooks serve as design history file. See, in some experiments you fail. Okay, in 2-3 experiments you fail. Why you need to record it is that you should go back to experiments what you have failed, so that it helps you not to do the same experiment again, because you already failed in that. What is the fun of doing that same? So you may have lot of DOEs, some you fail. So you need to have information on your previous designs. Okay, use data from similar prior designs, lessons learned, failure modes. Okay, from your design history failure, DHF, design history file or log records. Then input reviews. Okay, every time you should have, if the design goes wrong, every time you should have a design input meeting, whether I have missed any inputs. Okay, should I make some design changes in the inputs? So these are very, very important inputs. So what are the outputs? Okay, whatever inputs you have worked on, you prepare some prototypes. Okay, then you keep testing the prototypes. Okay, even your designs, simulations, all that. You test the prototypes you have from design to your test reports. Okay, these are called outputs. Okay, your test reports, your design reports, and all this stuff. And not only that, when you are purchasing something, the raw materials, the machinery, okay, the equipment, you should have purchasing information. That also talks of outputs, because this bill of materials or purchasing specifications helps you when you're doing the design transfer. Okay, when you do the design transfer to production, you have to tell them this is the material I purchased, this is the bill of material. Okay, this is the purchasing order and equipment, this is all. So you need to purchase material of same quality, same specification, and equipment of the same. Okay, then outputs also includes the acceptance criteria. See, this acceptance criteria is very, very important. Like at the end of all your testing, you come at the final, okay, reports like, okay, this device is performing as per intended use. Okay, let me look at what are the acceptance criteria. You give it, you also give some deviations. If it is 6 plus or minus 0.2 or 0.3, based on, again, the deviation should be based on the risk of the device. Where deviation is too much or the tolerance is too much, it may fail. So generally for high risk devices, the deviations or tolerances will be very less. Okay, something like less than 1%. Okay, for high risk devices or high technology, high end devices. Okay, see why I'm telling this is this acceptance criteria, whatever you are provided, will become for the manufacturer or for the production or for the QC or QA, the final test, final product specifications. Okay, see, this is the dimensions. Okay, and this is the functional aspects. When you do some functional testing, or simple from what is the color, okay, what is the dimension, what is the functional aspects. Okay, all this will become your acceptance criteria in R&D will become the technical specifications for the QC or QA. Based on that, they will accept or reject your devices in the production. So this is very important. Okay, and you should provide all test protocols. Outputs also includes all your SOPs, protocols, STPs, procedures, records. These are all outputs, okay, where you need to transfer to the production later. But this comes under outputs. As I said, essential characters is essential requirements, okay, for it to function. It may come in IFU or labeling, like this is the intended use, this is the direction of use, this is the safety, this is the performance. Okay, these are essential characteristics. Then after writing all the design outputs, then there will be a design review. The team will come again. Okay, as I mentioned, all the team, all the members in the team, marketing, technical, manufacturing, design, QA, RA, okay, even the maintenance guys, the clinical people, some experts, you may outsource some experts to look, third person you may call, because he won't have bias. Any third person will look at neutral things. Okay, but the same R&D person, if you are R&D, happens many a times, you think whatever you are doing is right. Okay, you will be biased. You don't look it in a neutral way. But any third person outside the organization, outside the team, will really understand, okay, what are the positives, what are the negatives, okay, where you are going wrong, where you are going right. He will tell it very openly, clearly, without bias. If you are member of the team, okay, you always look at being biased so that the device will come successfully. But end of the day, because you are biased, the device will fail. So it's always better to take third party opinions, okay, and get the approvals, output approvals. So these are all my requirements from bill of materials, purchasing, acceptance criteria, SOPs, list of equipments, labeling, instruction, validation, verification. These are all I have done, clinical stability studies. These are all my outputs. Okay. Then you will have from your design drawings, specifications, I said. Then this is the outputs. Then you get the approval. Everybody has to sign. These are the outputs we got. Then that is the approval. After getting the approval, you don't do design transfer. Again, there will be a lot of reviews. Okay. What they will do is after you get the outputs, again they will go back to what you call design review. Okay. Again, all the members in the team will review. To main purpose is to evaluate whether we are going right or wrong, whether have met the design inputs or all activities covered. Okay, you should schedule meetings, review meetings every time. Okay, whatever activities you start or complete. Okay, participants, okay, customer user inputs, and you should have a record keeping for the review. Like suppose you say like it call minutes of meeting or review minutes of meeting, like I have made some changes, okay, in the inputs or the outputs are bad, we need to make some changes. That has to be recorded and documented. Okay, the review meetings are very, very useful to have constant vigilance on the activities, what are happening, how we are we going as per the timelines, are we going as per the planned activity, are we wasting the resources, wasting the materials, are our experiments working well, take third party opinion, call the clinicians, okay, are we following the standards, or where are the problems, where are the risks, where are the bottlenecks. Okay, is it following properly? Have we got the right outputs? So these review meetings, okay, you need to schedule it every as required. Okay, attendance list you need to maintain because these are all verified by the auditor. What the last, where is your design and development plan? How many people are involved? What is their role? When you started the project, what are the timelines, how you met the project, then they ask what are your design inputs, or they'll ask what are the outputs, are they matching. Okay, it happens many times, design outputs inputs don't match, then you need to explain. Okay, and sometimes some of the inputs which you have given won't be there in outputs. Okay, there will be a lot of problems in design and development, so you need to record all that. As I said, external consultants has to be done. You should have minutes of meeting of the review what you have done. So design and development review should happen every stage, mainly after the output. Okay, and verification, as I said, verification is whether the design outputs meet the inputs. Okay, you have the inputs, you have the output. Are they meeting? Are they same? Are they similar? Or if there is difference, are they affecting the safety and performance? Okay, and what is the verification methodology we have followed, or test procedure what we have followed? Okay, then you have to do the recording and the traceability matrix. Okay, traceability is like what are your inputs, what are the outputs, how you are tracing it, what tests you have done, what equipment you have taken, what is the methodology, because there could be some mistakes or errors I call. Okay, there will be errors like definite errors, indefinite errors. Okay, definite errors are those errors which generally errors the humans commit or the employees commit while doing some tests. Okay, we deliberately, we not intentionally we do, but it happens through human errors. Okay, indefinite errors are the errors which happens because of the machines or the equipment. Your production machine or your testing machine will have some errors. Okay, if you are not properly calibrated or validated. So these errors will come in. So are you eradicating those errors? Are you including that errors to get your outputs? Okay, that is how you need to trace the matrix, the methodology, verification when you are planning it. Okay, the plan and protocol for every test, testing equipment calibration, okay, verification reports, matrix I said, what is the link between, and here you need to also include risk. As I said, if I am not meeting the output exactly like the input, it is not same, but it is close or similar. Is there any problem? If there is no problem, you need to give justification. If there is problem also, you need to give justification saying that there is a problem, it will affect the safety and performance. So I need to change the design little bit, or change the material, or change the processing parameters, or change some of the testing equipments. I am getting a lot of errors with this. So you need to have constant vigilance. Okay. And validation, this is very, very important in design and development. Validation includes everything. What is validation? Whether the finished product, see, verification is whether the inputs are meeting the output requirements for a particular intended use. Validation is whether the finished product, finished device meets the specified intended use. My intended use is to open up and blocked coronary artery by a diameter of 3 mm, or something like I have a hemostat or something like a diagnostic machine. I need to diagnose the MRI machine of the lung of each and every cell. Am I reaching the specified intended use? Okay, you need to validate that. Okay, your finished product should meet the requirements of the intended use. Okay, that is called validation. So you'll have a lot of validation. I said your validations includes starting from just your validation, simple validations like some in vitro engineering studies will do, but that will go in verification and design verification. Starting from your sterilization validation, your packing validation, labeling validation, sterilization validation, biocompatibility, clinical validation, shelf life or expiry date, okay, shelf life studies. So based on the device what you are manufacturing, there will be a lot of validations that has to be done. The importance of validation, as I said, are they meeting the required specified intended, or the medical device, finished medical device meeting the required parameters, okay, needs for the intended use. Okay. And the important thing in validation is you should have a perfect validation plan. The sample size is very important in validation because you don't do validations every day. You do validations for some, you do once in lifetime of device like biocompatibility, you do only once. Clinical validations, you do only once. Okay, or some validations you do every year or every 2 years. Sterilization you do every year. Some packing and labeling, transportation you do every 6 months. Okay, of course, if there is any change in material design, all that, you do the validations. But why validation planning and sample size is important here is, and why you do it, okay, occasionally is, in validations, when you do it, you use a lot of statistics with sample size. Okay, when you do statistics, what you use, what you call the probability or the confidence interval. Okay, the confidence intervals, we use confidence intervals, okay, like 95%, 99%, which means then the probability talks of, okay, 0.0 or 0.00. If it is 99%, if I take a confidence interval when I am doing statistics, after I get the results or the reports, I apply statistics. I can apply statistics at 95% confidence intervals, or I can apply 99. Suppose I apply at 99% confidence intervals, and when I say that it is not having any significant changes, okay, because there is lot of sample size, I'll compare batch 1 to batch 2, batch 3, different parameters I'll compare. Okay, then I say that there is no significant difference, all batches are consistent and similar. Then I say it is not significant, it is 99, probability is 99%, which means, okay, if I conduct the same experiment or same validation 100 times, okay, why we apply statistics and the sample size, all that in validation. If I have done validation 100 times, generally no idiot will do 100 times. But since we are applying statistics, okay, nobody will do validation 100 times. We'll do only
Yes.
once and apply statistics. And from statistics, we predict that if I have done
Yes.
this experiment 100 times, which means that 99% times I will get the same result. See, the point is I have not done it 100 times. I don't know whether I will get 99% same results. But based on the results, what I got with one validation study, when I apply statistics, that is the beauty of statistics. It will show you with confidence intervals, okay, the probability and the power of the study. Power of study depends upon the sample size. The more sample size, it is better. And tells you if you have done this experiment 100 times in the same, okay, infrastructure or anywhere in the world, I have done this. I have done it in India, I've done it in USA, same validation, same planning, same protocol, same equipment, okay, same infrastructure, same environment, everything is same solvents, same sample size. If I have done this experiment anywhere in the world 100 times, 99% I'll get the same results. You may ask me what happens to 1%. 1%, sometimes it may come as I said, definite, indefinite errors. Okay, errors that happens because of the equipment or machine errors. Some errors that may come through human, I said definite, indefinite. That is acceptable. See, sometimes you may apply 99.99% also. Okay. Still you may have, see, the possibility or the probability of getting the same results is 99.99. Nobody can cross 99. Nobody can get in the world 100%. Okay, they can reach maximum of 99.99. Okay, the probability is 0.001 failure. But The confidence intervals will be 99.99. See, this is what validation is. Whether you do sterilization, packing, labeling, but in clinical validation and in biocomparative validation, you don't take 99. You only go with 95%. Okay, in clinical studies or biocompatibility studies. Why? Because in humans or in animals, there will be lot of variations, biological variations or physiological variations in the body. In intersubjective variations, we call between the subject or between the person, patient to the next patient, there will be lot of variables. His weight will be different, his body mass will be different, his functioning heart rate they will vary, and lot of things will vary. We call variations, intersubjective variations between the subject. Two patients, there will be variation. But in vitro experiments, when you are doing validations, you don't find the changes. It is not a biological thing. In vitro, you are using machines, you are using equipment. But in humans, we are biological specimens. Animals have intersubjective variation. So these variation, because of these variations, there will be lot of errors. Every device won't function similarly in all persons. There will be errors. So you keep confidence intervals at 95% only in all biological studies. Whether it's animal studies or it's human studies, your confidence intervals will be 95. If you can reach 95, it's still good. Actually, if you reach 90, still it's fine. If you reach 95, it's good. But for analytical studies relating to machines and equipment, you should reach 99% in validations. Okay. The timing of validation, I said clinical planning, all that has to be done, records has to be maintained.
Sir, biocompatibility study means?
That is biological studies done in animal models to know the safety of the devices. Okay, first before using in humans, they test it in animals.
Okay, okay. Mm-hmm.
They may test in mice, or some tests are done in rats, some in mice, some in rabbits. Okay,
Okay.
some tests are done in vitro so that you'll understand that the device is it's not causing any problem or safety. There are no safety
Yes.
issues. Okay, that will be done in animals. Once you establish that it is safe in animals, then only you use it in humans. Okay, that is biocompatibility or biological evaluation studies. The standard is 10993 2018, but now new
Yes.
standard came, that is 2025 edition.
Uh,
Okay, okay, then you do the design transfer. Okay, you transfer it to the manufacturing. All your manufacturing capabilities, product specification, I said, final design, validation records, SOPs, designs, all that you transfer it to the production
production.
personnel. Yeah, then you sign off. There will be signatures from QA, R&D, and production. Even the management also signs off. Like what all are the list of documents you have transferred from R&D to production? From your design, from your raw material, manufacturing process, machinery, okay, your design inputs, outputs, verification, validation, SOPs, STPs, records, everything, clinical validation, biological design reviews, all that you will transfer to the production. Okay, this will be signed by the QA person and the R&D lead, project lead, and the production in charge or production manager. Sometimes the management also says that this is successfully transferred to the production, and the production has to run the trial batches, okay, based on the documents data provided by the R&D.
Sir, is it this process while transferring to production? The signature and all we need to take one by one. Meanwhile, we are doing that time, or after completion of all the
No,
activity,
after
we need
all
to
the
take a sign off and
after
seal.
all steps are completed, okay, after your verification,
Okay, okay.
validation, reviews, everything is completed, and after lot of reviews, then only it will be transferred to production. That is design transfer.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
in middle you can't transfer to production.
Okay, okay.
Okay, then the control of design and development changes. Sometimes what happens is while it goes to production, as I said, in production, you ramp up in large numbers. As a R&D, you do few numbers, hundreds or two, 500, something like that. But in production, you need to go to thousands, 10,000s in one shift like that. So when you ramp up production, there will be some changes which you need to do in your machine parameters, okay, specifications, but should not totally alter. Small changes, design changes you can do, parameter some you can change it, okay, but you need to again do the validations on that particular machine, okay. That's then you do the verification.
Yes.
Only verification and validation in when you ramp up the production, you need to do it, okay. And few changes can happen, but should not be major changes. If there is a major change happens in production, that need to be informed to R&D. The R&D will, our design and development team will look whether that change will affect the safety and performance. Okay. If that is affecting safety and performance, then they need to work on that parameter. Okay. And trying to bring it down. Or sometimes, see, if it is not affecting safety and performance, you can neglect it. Okay. Like say, there will be some parameters like I have an hub or some outside thing like the dimension of the hub or the shape of the hub. It may not affect the safety and performance. So I can keep any shape or but I follow the design. It should have a lure lock and all that stuff. Okay, it should properly fit. But my outside design I may not get I can change it, but it won't affect the safety and performance. There will be some parameters which won't affect the safety and performance that you need not consider. Okay. So that is control of design where you need to have controls. Okay. Review and approval, impact assessment. Impact assessment is the risk analysis. What is the risk? Verification, validation you have done. Then you will need to look at the regulatory filings. How you, which regulations you are going for. Of course, first in India, if you are manufacturing, important that you get CDSCO license. Okay, if any changes, what is the change implementation, change control, all this you need to look in. Then after that, whatever you have done from design planning to design reviews, design transfers, everything, if it is a failed design also, failed experiment also, you need to document. Okay, that's why it is called as history file. Any failed experiment, failed results, how many experiments you have done? 10 or 15. Some simulations you have done 10, 15. 10 have failed. Again, you have repeated. Okay, one, five have become success. In that, one have become. So, all that has to be filed. Your inputs, output, verification, validation, everything. And finally, what is the design transfer you have done? What are the documents you have transferred? So design history file, it comes in almost 500 to 1000 pages.
Oh,
Okay. Because it contains almost 3-4 years of work, failed experiments, changes, reviews, lot of things happen. Okay, but you can see, it's not that you have to submit 1000 pages, you can summarize it and make it into 150 or 200 pages. Summarize them, but they during the audit they'll ask every details. So you need to show them what are the timelines when you have done, what are the experiments
yes.
you failed, what are the inputs, outputs, where they are matching, what are your final technical specifications, acceptance criteria, how you arrived, how you met the essential requirements, how you adopted the risk management. Okay, what are your clinical validations? All validations they check. What are the sample size? They will do almost 1 day review only on design history file. Okay, not in India. I'm talking other countries.
Yes.
In India, they won't look, or they will casually take half an hour or 1 hour. But outside India, if we want CE marking in Europe, you should have a very big design history file. And US or in other countries, Canada, all
Uh,
that, Australia. Okay.
Things are like some of company like opening is going on particularly DHF only. I don't know
Yeah,
who closed
DHF contains all this from
all.
planning to your
Okay,
design transfer.
final.
You do the
Okay, okay,
DHF.
okay, okay.
Okay. Including reviews, minutes of meeting, the team, as I mentioned, no?
Yes.
Complete design review meetings, final verification, validation reports, changes, orders, bill of materials, output specifications. Okay, this calls design history file. Okay, these are some of the auditor
Yes.
question checklists. Design reviews, what they ask, verification, what they ask, validation. Okay, with this we'll complete design and development, that is 7.3. See, 7.4 is purchasing. Okay, there is another which is 7.5. That is production and provision controls. How you plan the production, what are the things, equipment control, non-conformities, all that. So this is purchasing requirements.
Yes.
Okay, in that also you have subclass like what is the purchasing process, how you plan it, purchasing information, verification of purchase product. This is what I told. If you are not verifying the purchase product, okay, you will have a NC under clause 7.4.3. So tell your company to verify, test the purchase product. So you
Yes.
have three subclause in 7, purchasing 7.4, purchasing process, purchasing information, verification of purchase product. Okay, I'll drink some water and come. What is the time? It's 3:45. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 345.
Yeah, sometimes my laptop is showing wrong time. I don't know whether I linked it to some other country time.
Okay, okay.
Sometimes I link it to US
So mine
time
also
when
laptop calling is
I have I have few clients in US, so sometimes I keep US time. Sometimes I keep. There
Okay.
was two clients in Saudi Arabia. Earlier, I
Okay.
had
Oh,
clients in Iran also, but now I stopped.
okay.
There
Yes.
was one client who is back of me saying that he wants CE marking, but Iran is under sanctions. You can't EU sanctions. You can't give them.
Yes, sir.
You can't do documentation for.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Venkatesh, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll continue with this purchasing requirements or purchasing process. Okay, actually, purchasing is such a key one. Like I said, all of your production or even for R&D, you need a lot of departments have to go through the purchasing department. Even purchasing a small pencil pen from a big machinery, okay, the purchasing department comes in. Okay, where you need to do law, get the quotation, negotiate, get the agreement. It's a big, lot of administrative work will be there. Lot of paperwork will be there in purchasing. But we'll focus more on the technical points. Okay, administrative work like, okay, you get 3 quotations, do the comparative quotations, look at the cost, is the machine suitable? Okay, that is a technical one, whether that is the right machine or right material. We don't worry about the cost, but sometimes we also look at the cost, availability, continuous availability. Okay, whether they are certified vendors, like whether they are have 13485 or 9001. Okay, a lot of things we look at, because this is the duty of not only the production people or other, but importantly the quality assurance department. They need to assure that the purchasing process is happening properly. Okay.
Yes, sir.
The purchasing, the product could be anything like the components, materials, okay, or services. Services, like I say, like calibration services, okay, or services like our printing, getting your labeling or printing outside. Some of the important services also include sterilization, okay, uh, any contract manufacturing services, this all components, material services, okay, should conform, the purchase product should conform to the specified requirements. So we should have, before we purchase anything, we should have the specified requirements. It's not that after purchasing you will look at whether it is matching my requirements or not. First, you write down what are your requirements and look at the products or the materials or the components or the services where they will meet your requirements. Okay? Because if you have the right requirements, there won't be any non-conforming inputs. Okay? For your final medical devices. If your materials that you are purchasing, the components you are purchasing, or the services what you are getting, okay, are not as required by you, by your company, okay, then you'll get non-conforming products. When you have non-conforming products as inputs from your purchase or stores, then you will have, that will affect the final device. So this purchasing is such a key thing, that why it was there, it is there in clause 7 and in product realization. See, the important things are there in clause 7, which I said, which will have direct impact on the product. Okay, we talked about class 7 purchasing requirement, sorry, product realization or product planning of product development or planning of production, all that customer related services, okay, what are the requirements, all that. Then we discussed about 7.2 is customer related, 7.3 is design and development, such an important thing. 7.4 is purchasing process, and 7.5 is even more important. It is the production and service controls. Okay, how you do production. So in the purchasing process, you need to be very sure that you are getting the specified, okay, product, whether it's component or it's a material or a machine or just a service. Service I told, like calibration services, printing, sterilization. So first one is purchasing process. How you will proceed with purchasing process? Okay, mainly in medical devices. I'm not purchasing process in Amazon or in our house or in some retail shop. In medical devices,
Yes.
how it will happen? Okay, control, type and extent. The degree of control applied to a supplier and its product must be proportionate to the risk. This is what I tell you. Even in purchasing, you need to apply risk.
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you are purchasing some product or some components, you should know what is the risk of that component or raw material in the final product, because you are using the raw material. Okay, then you are doing some molding or some welding or something, and that raw material is converted into the final product. So first, what is the risk associated with that raw material in the final product? If you get the wrong raw material, what is the risk of the final device? Because end of the day, you are looking at the final device. End of the day, the user looks at the final device. He doesn't ask what raw material you use, where you purchased, all that stuff. But for the manufacturer, it is important that you get the right raw material. And that raw material, you should have such a control on that raw material, or the supplier who is providing the raw material or the vendor who is providing the raw material. You should have such a control. Okay, and the control should be based on the risk of the raw material that is you are purchasing. Okay, risk of the material in the finished product. Suppose I am buying some cartoon boxes or some labeling or getting some printing or some packing material. I don't see that it has so much risk in the, or risk that is associated with the final product. Of course, there will be risk if the cotton is damaged, the product will get damaged. Or if the tie bag pouch or what you call this packing material, bubble pack, or there are some thermocols, all that. If they get damaged, I know, like, of course, we do transportation validation, packing validation. But still, if they get damaged, the product will get damaged, I know. But if the damaged product, the user won't use, the doctor won't use it, okay, it is damaged. Okay. Suppose if the material is so critical, suppose I am saying, simple example, I am taking a syringe. Syringe needle is so critical. Okay, in needle you have various sizes. And the sharpness of the needle, the end sharpness of the needle is very important. It has high risk. Okay, and the diameter of the needle is of highest risk. Okay, instead of say a 0.2 mm needle, okay, you have used by mistake 0.4 mm needle or 0.3 mm needle. Okay, that will cause so much of harm to the patient. Suppose you say you are using insulin, I mean, like diabetic syringes or insulin syringes. Suppose if you have some syringe where the syringe needle has a lot of roughness, okay, it will cause a lot of damage. I am talking of very simple product, but think of very high risk products like a coronary stent. I am getting a stent material, but it is of wrong. The risk of that material is very high because I am implanting in the patient lifelong. The implant will be there till the patient dies. So how careful I should be about that component of the stent when I am purchasing, because the risk is very high. So you should proportionate your purchase controls, vendors, suppliers, proportionate to the risk. Okay. And its impact on the device safety and what will be its impact? Okay, if something goes wrong with the material, purchasing material, what will be the impact? What is the risk of it if I got the wrong material? There are chances sometimes the patient may die. Of course, you have a lot of risk controls. You keep testing. Okay, that's why I said if you are not testing the raw material in the purchasing department, so you keep it in. Once the material gets, you look at all the purchase order requirement, quantity, you weigh it. Okay, you look at their COA or COC, their test reports, what they have provided. Then you keep them in quarantine. But the next step is like you need to test your materials from your end, from the manufacturer end, whether you have got this right specified material as per your requirements. Of course, they may give you all the reports, but still you need to cross check. If you have not cross checked and you blindly believed them and you started using, so you have skipped one risk control option. What is the risk control? You have not verified the product. You have not tested the raw material. That is the risk control there in purchasing. You have not tested. So you gave to production. Then ultimate damage will happen because think that is a high risk material. Okay, you need to look into all this, including the regulatory requirements. Okay, whether it is compatible, biocompatible to the body, if is it in contact with the body. Of course, you do biocompatibility test as risk controls, but still initial stage only you need to look at, okay, what are the impurities in that? Do they have regulatory compliance? Do they have ISO 13485? How they are manufacturing? Do they have all the documentation? What is the history of that company or the supplier? Okay, and with that, what you do is supplier classification matrix you do. Based on the material what you are getting, you do the classification of the supplier. Like critical supplier, if your material is of high risk, okay, you call them critical supplier, high risk supplier. Okay, moderate risk, you call them as major, very low risk, minor. Okay, the classification will go. A critical supplier will always give you material which is of high risk in the final device. Okay, then the major is moderate risk. Minor supplier is low risk, as I said, some bubble pack that this packing or some printing, some labeling, some brochure printing, all that are low risk. Okay, so you need to do the classification matrix of the supplier. Who is the high risk supplier? Because it has the material has high risk. So once you do classification, what happens is you will keep lot of focus on the high risk supplier or critical supplier. Okay, you keep auditing him, you keep testing the material, you will periodically visit the supplier and see how it is. Periodic audits, supplier audits are very, very important. Whether the supplier is in India or in US, you have to go to US and do the physical audit. Before you approve the supplier, you need to do the audit. And I said, like, we don't do only one audit. I mean, look at one supplier, you look at 2, 3 suppliers. Okay, we'll choose the best. And the second thing is, if that supplier stop his production, you don't have any option. you need to go to the second supplier. So you audit them and look at the best supplier based on the quality, cost, transportation, all that. If it is in India, that is best. Okay. If it is not in India, the problem comes when there is monopoly. 10, 15 years back, there is a monopoly. Like there used to be only one supplier whole of the world for a particular, not material, but for particular equipment. Okay, in Germany. And everybody, I mean, we can't negotiate, we can't comment like he's the only one. And for some material, there are only 3 suppliers, that too in uh, Europe. Nobody is there in India. And for all medical manufacturing equipment, I am telling you, 10 years back, every equipment, manufacturing equipment, we need to import, mainly manufacturing equipment, and also some critical testing equipment. Of course, there are some equipment, simple equipment like microscopes or water bath, that this we have it in India. Very small, minor equipment, but very critical equipment we used to get. But now, lot of companies are manufacturing this equipment, okay, manufacturing, uh, manufacturing equipment and measuring equipment. And the good, I mean, even Shahjahan Technologies that's there in Hyderabad, they started doing manufacturing equipment like we- laser cutting equipment, molding, uh, processing, plastic processing equipment. There are a lot of companies doing for extrusions, okay, laser cutting, and the companies who are working for medical device measuring equipment. Okay, but still we need to develop a lot. Still we are importing a lot of equipment. But I know like in Gujarat and Ahmedabad, Surat, that area is very good in doing this. But now a lot of companies came out of Gujarat, like in Hyderabad you have, in Bangalore you have. Okay. Bangalore is basically working on software medical devices a lot. So you have it, but earlier the suppliers were monopoly or one or two. It was, but still you need to do the supplier classification. If it's a critical supplier, okay, you need to do a critical audit. Like if it's a sterilization is a critical process. If your products are unsterile, so you need to audit your sterilization. You not audit them. Okay, that is what second thing comes. Supplier evaluation and selection. How you will approve the supplier, how you select the supplier. After evaluating the supplier, how you evaluate, you do the audit, supplier quality audit. I have done a supplier audit many a times in different countries, in even in India. What you look at the supplier audit, basically his QMS. If he has 13485, okay, it's like just auditing a company. Does it has he following the documentation? What is the management? What is the resource requirement? He has the record keeping. He has retained the record since how many years he is working in this field. What are his products? What are the quality of the products? Okay, you do an audit. Uh, I mean, of course, you do audit of 2, 3 suppliers. Okay, look at the reputation of the company and to whom they are supplying, what are their clients. Okay, and you prepare the audit report. And second thing is, you test their samples. You bring some samples. If it is a machine, okay, you ask them to produce some devices or components by giving our material to them. We'll give our material, ask them, you give me the product of this specification I want. So you test the machines. If it's a material, you test the material. Okay, that is very important. So suppliers must be evaluated, selected periodically. It's not once, periodically you need to audit it, reevaluate it based on established criteria established by the organization, mainly the quality system, the maturity of the quality management system, audit results, performance history of that, performance history of the company. If they have done, if the company has undergone audits, what are the NCs they have? Okay, if they have a lot of NCs, which means the QMS is not functioning well. So you do the audits, then you select it, then you prepare a approved supplier list. Okay, generally all this will be kept confidential because no manpower, some people know at the highest level, but people at second level and low level, generally critical suppliers are not revealed. They use lot of coding and decoding uh, to maintain confidentiality of suppliers. So a control list of authorized suppliers is prepared, and supplier evaluation records, audit, how you have like documentation, initially results, internal audit reports, quality questions, okay, sample testing, all that will be done. And outsource processes. Suppose if you are outsourcing the processes, some of the processes like sterilization, or you are doing contract manufacturing for some components, okay, then you need to do quality management audit, QMS audit, sterilization or contract manufacturing or some testing, you're getting it done in some labs. Just now I told biological evaluation, animal studies you get done in some labs. First, you need to know whether they are certified companies, they are following QMS, the following the protocols. Do you have the system, QA system to monitor recording? Okay, all that you need to check in the outsource processes, including some do design and development outsourcing, sterilization, manufacturing. Okay, even some calibrations we outsource. So you need to have documentation specific QMS compliances. If they are doing any changes, you should have a change control, total control on what
Sir,
you are
what
outsourcing.
difference? Okay.
What?
No, sir. Like I had doubt one. Like what difference like CRO and CMO, like contract manufacturing and difference, like both are in different like organization complete, or is it are certified
No,
companies all?
see, both are doing. See, CMO is contract manufacturing service organization. CRO is contract
Okay.
research organization.
Okay.
Okay, one is manufacturing, the other is doing research. Okay, contractual research organizations, they do a lot of research, clinical trials, and all that. CMO is a manufacturing organization, do on contractual basis. Not all, but some components, some very small, not high risk devices.
Okay.
Okay, and after doing all this control and extent to know the risk, supplier evaluation, outsource process, you should have the records. Okay, all the audit records, what your test reports of the company. Okay, supplier performance monitoring. Periodically, you need to see the performance of the company. Okay, quarterly or annually performant. What is the defect rate? Suppose if you are testing, how many times it's failing? Okay, uh, rejected material, whether there is on-time delivery, or the delivering on time or delaying too much. Because if they are not delivering on time, your production will get affected and your business will get affected. So on-time delivery is very critical for many companies. Second is the purchasing information. After you select, evaluate and select the supplier, you have to share some information. Okay, he has to share some information, supplier has to share some information, we have to share some information. So the required information includes purchase orders, contract. This is all administrative work. Okay, how much purchase, what are the contracts, and what are the specific details you need to give, what are the specifications of your raw material you need to give to them. Okay, what is the quantity, when you are going to deliver. Okay, what is the compliance, regulatory compliance you have, the test reports. Okay, all that required information. These are all purchasing documents. Okay, purchase order or contract information and product specifications. Okay, which type or which class. Okay, because in same material you have different classes of material. Okay, different types, different grades. Okay, and the specification. Suppose if you buy a polymer or some solvent, you'll have different grades of solvent. Yeah. But mainly medical devices, I mean, manufacturers in medical devices, they basically purchase all high purity solvents or high grade, what we call medical grade. Okay, medical grade material,
Yes.
which means they'll have very less impurities. Like you buy HPLC grade solvents or medical grade polymers. Okay, or if you are buying metals, you buy medical grade metals. Okay, all this will be high, very costly material. Okay, because we are using them as medical devices for humans, not for any in vitro purposes or in animals. Because we are using in humans, they should have high purity, high quality, and they should be compatible, biocompatible, in the sense they should be compatible with the humans. Okay, you need to give the specifications of the raw material, the drawings, if they are some machinery or some custom made devices, uh, process requirements. Okay, if it is a contractual agreement, and part numbers. Okay, if it's a equipment, they give part numbers for machines. All this you need to provide, referred as technical specifications. You need to provide them in the purchase order. Okay, and they need to provide based on the purchase order, based on the technical specification sheet. They should exactly provide what is required. You should also look at the qualification of the supplier personnel. Okay. Generally, we do when we do the audit, we look at whether they are all skilled workers, not the highest level, something like people you are doing RF welding or molding your components, mainly in the contract manufacturing. Okay, suppose if there is calibration, you are outsourcing calibration, whether they are certified calibrators, certified labs. Okay, look at their certifications. Main important is you have to look at whether some I have seen most of the certifications what they have got are will be expired. So you need to look at the expiry date of their certifications. Importantly, they will have certification, but they don't renew it. Okay, most of the outsources process like the calibrations or even the biocompatible testing labs. Okay, they have it. So you have to look at all these QMS requirement. Then you will have finally the supplier quality agreement. This is very important. Okay, the agreement between the supplier and the manufacturer. A separate agreement dealing what are the quality expectations, how much you will be supplying, how long you will be supplying, what is the cost of your supply, timely delivery. If you have make any changes to your material or in your QMS, in your process, you need to inform to the manufacturer. Then the manufacturer will do audit again, re-audit, re-evaluate. If he has done any changes in the material or in his QMS process. Okay. Then the acceptance criteria. Once you get the material or some machines, you need to do, if it is a machines, you do IQ, OQ, PQ. If it is a material, you test the material, see whether it is meeting the accepted criteria or specifications. Okay, this we call incoming inspection procedure reference. So you should have an incoming inspection, okay, for everything from components to raw materials to machine. Incoming inspection is very, very important. Explicit mention of the inspection criteria the organization will use upon receipt of the material. Okay, then third one is verification of the purchased product. Okay, whether it is meeting all the criteria, that is establish and implement the necessary inspections and other activities after purchasing requirements before using it. Okay, receipt verification. This is the administrative work. Receipt you will see, then you will see like whether I have got the required material as per specification. Did they have attached the test reports, the COA,
Yes.
or they attached everything? Okay, so you need to verify the receipt verification. Purchase product must be verified again as a purchasing documentation upon receipt, so that you will record it or you will log it or you will file it, like it will be in incoming inspection log record, you will record. And verification. Okay, extent of verification is based on the risk of the device. I said you need to verify or test supplier evaluation results and the risk of purchased product. Okay, you look at his test reports and your incoming, you need to do the test in your manufacturing unit in-house and compare the results, whether the results are matching or there is any difference. If there are any difference, you keep it in quarantine till you get the right reports. If they still say that my reports are right and you are not getting the right reports, you can reject the material. Okay, that is incoming inspection procedure you should have. You should have an SOP for that. You should have a criteria when to accept, when to reject, and keep it in quarantine. Supplier verification, this already I have mentioned. When the organization intend to perform verification of the supplier premises, okay, inspect their manufacturing facility or their unit, the sterilization unit, calibration unit, testing labs, you can do it. The arrangement must be clear, documented in the purchasing information. Okay, this is called source information report when you audit them. Then non-conforming product. If a product is unfine, suppose if the raw material or something, you are getting a non-conforming product. Okay, during your verification or testing, it must be immediately identified, documented, and controlled according to non-conforming. Suppose if you get a non-conforming product and you confirm that after testing this is non-conforming, you need to separate it from your conforming product. There should not be any mix-up, because if the non-conforming material mixes with the conforming accepted material, then there is a problem that the final device will. So you have to segregate what are the rejected or non-conforming materials separately. Okay, for some time you can keep in quarantine and sometime you keep it in rejected stores, and that has to be recorded. Okay, that is non-conforming report has to be produced. Material review board records. This basically happens in US. They will have a review board. They review what are the non-conforming product. If if the review board sees that there are every time or every in a year, every 3-4 times you are getting a non-conforming material, which means the supplier is very bad and think that it is a critical supplier, risky material, high risk material, and every time you are getting a non-conforming material. And what happens? You need to stop that supplier or terminate the supplier from your purchasing list, supplier list, and you need to find a new supplier or second supplier. Okay, because you can't have every time a non-conforming material coming in. Okay, this is on purchasing, verification of product, purchasing information, purchasing process. Extent means what is the risk of the material, supplier evaluation, outsource process, purchasing information, what information you need to pass. Okay, verification of the product. So these are some audit questions. Okay, in 7.4. So there is 7.5. Okay. As I mentioned, 7.5 is the most critical section of the standard because I said 7.5 is the real activity that happens in any manufacturing unit, that is a production. How you control the
Yes.
production, okay, how you do the production, okay. Criteria for selection of standard covering everything from manufacturing floor controls to validation of special processes like sterilization. So in production and service provision, you have controls of production, how you control production and service provisions. This ensures, okay, that once you have controls, it ensures that you have a quality product, including manufacturing, storage, installation, and servicing. Okay. These are all planned, monitored, executed under strict controlled conditions. So this is control of production and service controls. That is 7.5.1. These are general requirements. Second is 7.5.2 is cleanliness of product and contamination control. How you prevent contamination of the product or foreign matter, particles, residues, okay, microorganisms that affects the device, and how you perform cleanliness, how you clean the product, okay, that affects the safety. Other is an installation activities, okay, on how you do on-site installation, so that it could be, this is mainly for medical equipment, okay, and servicing activities also are for medical equipment. And this is requirements of sterile medical devices. Okay, validation, this is validation process for production. Validation for sterilization and sterile barrier system, this and this will be the same. Okay, 7.5, 7.5.5, 7.5.7. Then this is identification. Okay, how you identify and demarcate the components and the equipment. Okay, this is traceability, how you trace the devices and the products. 10th one is property of customer and external provider. Suppose you have customer property, some material or some information, how you will keep it, how you will store it so that it won't get damaged. Okay, preservation of product. So in this you have 11, as I mentioned, this is very vast and important. In clause 7.5 you have 11 sections.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, give me 5 minutes.
Yes.
I'll go to washroom and
Okay, sir. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Venkatesh. We'll complete this 7.5.
Sir, can you schedule Monday once last?
Yeah, should we schedule? What we'll do is class 8 will schedule on Monday,
Okay.
and also some
Meanwhile,
points. What?
okay, sir. Yes.
Or should we schedule 7.5 also on Monday?
Yes, sir. Like meanwhile, I will study the doubt section also same day
Okay,
Monday.
what we'll do is 7.5 and class 8, because class 8 is also very important.
Yes, sir. Okay.
This two, and I'll discuss something on internal auditing.
Yes, sir.
That we'll discuss on Monday.
Yes, sir. Sure, sure.
Okay, 10
Ah,
or 10 or 10:30 will start.
yes, sir.
Okay, then you go through this. I already shared these documents.
Yes, sir.
You go through this. If you have any doubt, text to me.
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure.
Okay, right, bye.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Bye, sir.
Take care.
Yes, sir. Take care, sir.